Before today's video begins, really quickly, I wanted to spread this message as much as I can. A few days ago, Ross Scott, aka Accursed Farms, started a campaign to stop companies from killing games. I know he wants as many eyes on this as possible, so I'm just going to play you his short version. Go to stopkillinggames.com, link in the description of this video, as well as to Ross's channel. Take it away, Ross.
Wow! Okay, so I'm launching the largest ever campaign to stop video games from being destroyed. Yeah, destroyed. Like when a game shuts down, you can never run it again, but the publisher keeps your money. My money! Yeah, it's only in the US where that crap flies. Worldwide, it hasn't been tested. Lots of countries literally don't have laws on this. I've been spending months researching and organizing where to take action on this. We're doing this in two ways. The first is Ubisoft has recently shut down The Crew, which had at least 12 million players. So if you own that game, you can help out. The Crew! The second is we're doing direct government initiatives for the UK, Canada, and Australia, but we'll try to have more. Anyone living there can sign those and maybe get the law to change. Go to stopkillinggames.com and it'll tell you what to do. Yeah! If you don't like losing your games, this is literally your only chance to change that. You will have to fill out forms though, I'm sorry. Oh man! Alright, enough of this portrait mode crap.
Hello, and welcome back to the Game Vault. 16 years ago, I picked up GTA 4 from Walmart at the ripe old age of 12. I probably shouldn't have. My mother certainly wasn't happy about it, but my father didn't care, and despite the chaos this game ended up instigating in my life, it became back then, and remains to this day, one of my favorite games of all time. It has plenty of flaws. Sure, it's getting old and starting to show its age a bit, but it still holds up remarkably well. So let's get into it.
Dave, come on.
Come on. Nico, what are you doing?
Dave is not coming.
Ignore him. Come on, we gotta get this thing ready before we dock. Let's go. Here, pass me that. Oh yeah! There she is. Liberty City.
Yeah.
You ever been?
No.
Crazy place, Nico.
What you going to do?
I might come back on board, or I might try to make a go of it. Like they say, it is the land of opportunity. I always wanted to make it big. Own a nice place, get a dog, a house. Live the dream.
Like my cousin.
Oh yeah?
Yes, he's got the love. House, women, cars, parties. He writes me these wild emails, and after I got into trouble, I thought maybe, then I got this gig, and I spent the next 7 months with you fine people, and I forget. After the war finished, I couldn't get a job. Nobody could. So I did some dumb things, got involved with some idiots.
We all do dumb things. That's what makes us human.
Could be.
If you're new to the channel, this series is part Let's Play, part review, and part video essay. I'll be scripting my experience as I play through the game, mission by mission, and then do some final wrap-up of my opinions at the end. But enough preamble, let's jump into it. Now, as you'll come to see in my footage, I tend to be a bit of a goody two-shoes in these games compared to the average player. I tend to roleplay a bit as the protagonist and cause more or less destruction based on who I'm playing as and what feels appropriate. So when I play as Claude or Tony, the gloves come off. Pedestrians are getting run over left and right, no mercy. When I play as a Victor or a Nico, though, I tend to play things a little bit more realistically, I guess you might say. As Nico, I will go out of my way to not run over pedestrians, or generally act like a typical GTA protagonist. Not only because it makes more sense in GTA 4's more grounded HD universe, but it also just makes more sense for Nico as a character. Now, he will be violent, he will carjack anybody with little concern for their safety. He is a bad guy after all. He's killed people, smuggled people, sold people, all that jazz. But he's trying to be a good person, or at least be the best of the worst kind of person. So anyways, I drive casually back to the apartment while Roman fills us in on the life that he's been living in Liberty City. If for some reason you've never played GTA 4 but are still watching this video, well, first, go play GTA 4. But for those who choose to stay and not play it for whatever reason, here's a really quick summary. Nico was a soldier in the real-world Yugoslav wars. After the war, Nico began working for various criminals in the Mediterranean until winding up on the ship that he begins the game on, the Platypus, bound for America, where he is looking for someone. His ticket into America is his cousin Roman, who has been emailing him and his mother for the past 10 years, while he supposedly lives the American dream. When Nico arrives, though, he learns that Roman has been exaggerating his extravagant lifestyle just a tad. He doesn't own a big fancy mansion and several sports cars, but instead a small cab depot and a crappy bachelor's apartment in the city's little slice of Eastern Europe, Hove Beach. So, fresh off the boat, all Nico really has is his cousin, and so our first mission, beyond the introductory drive, involves heading down to his depot to see him. Now, something I remember being a little bit jarring when first playing GTA 4 that has since become a staple of the HD era is the fact that your default movement speed is now walking instead of a light jog. You could walk in the old games using a control stick, but if you held forward, you would basically run, and you could sprint by tapping A. Now when you hold forward, you simply walk, and you can break into a jog by holding A, or tap it for a quicker sprint. So, it's a lot more common in GTA 4 to actually walk from one place to another, and especially in these early parts of the game, where I try to have Nico generally avoid having too much attention brought on himself by stealing vehicles left and right. That will come, but only once he's a little bit more comfortable in America. One of the things that definitely stands out to me playing this game now is how detailed the shops and storefronts are. Most of them by today's standards are pretty simple, often using flat JPEGs to show the interiors, but at least from what I've seen so far, every single business is unique, or it certainly seems like it. There may be some repeats, just like in the real world, chains and restaurants and other such places, but for the most part, we have all unique exteriors and plenty of unique interiors too now. It really makes me want to try returning to GTA geographies in the HD era, but I am promising nothing. Point is, there's a lot to look at in GTA 4, especially in comparison to the older games. Liberty City really feels alive and real as GTA gets, anyway. I would love to hear from real-world New Yorkers who played this game if you feel like Liberty City represents the feel of New York, as well as I've heard that Los Santos represents LA. Pedestrians interact in more believable ways now. There are things happening outside of the player's control more frequently, like police chases and stops, pedestrian altercations, or gang fights. I can buy a hot dog from a street vendor to get my health back. What's not to love? So, in our first real mission, we are introduced to Roman's bride-to-be, or so he says, Mallory Bardaz, as well as our first antagonist for the game's first act, Vladimir Glebov, or just Vlad. Vlad is a fantastic antagonist and a truly awful human being, which is what makes him such a great antagonist. He's vile, rude, belligerent, and arrogant. I feel like I should have included him in the nominations for the worst characters in the series in terms of their actual personality, but in terms of his function in the story, he's great. We are introduced to the fact that Roman has a gambling problem and is frequently in debt to men like Vlad, but for this mission, he wants us to drive him to a backroom gambling game where he plans to win back enough money to pay Vlad and a pair of Albanian loan sharks he is actively avoiding back, and whose money he is specifically betting in this game. Roman gives us our first mobile phone, a first for the GTA series, and it acts as our in-game menu to access contacts and do various other things. Later, we'll even be able to take pictures with it. Whoa, the future! For now, though, we just wait in the car while Roman goes to gamble, and once the Albanians show up, because of course they do, we have to use our new phone to call Roman and warn him of their impending entrance. Roman runs out the back and jumps in the car, and then we have our first realistically failable objective, lose the loan sharks. Roman even specifically says not to kill them, and I'm pretty sure killing them will fail the mission, but unlike, say, GTA 5, doing so won't fail the mission immediately. It will usually provide an alternate ending mini cutscene done in-engine, and then the game will send me a mission replay text on my phone to try it again later, erasing what just happened in the game's continuity. But I wasn't feeling like whatever 57010 today, so instead of testing out all the mission possibilities, I instead tried to escape them. I took a different route than I normally would though, heading down this alley, which almost got Roman or Nico shot and lost us a window, but I still managed to get us out of there relatively quickly and bring Roman back to the depot for a mission complete. Our next mission begins by showing us the Albanians we dodged earlier, now assaulting Roman's office and breaking his computer, setting up something for later. But the actual mission sees us playing cabbie for Roman and picking up Mallory, alongside her new friend, Michelle, the game's first dateable girlfriend. Mallory, being a matchmaker, instantly gets Nico and Michelle to hook up, and after just one short conversation, the handsome devil that Nico is has already got somebody's number. That's it though. The mission is just a drive from the depot to the train station, and then to Michelle's house. When I made my video about the series' worst missions, I considered including things like this, but this is only just barely a mission. It's also part of the game's introduction or tutorial, so it's not actually a problem. This mission serves more to set things up, the confrontation with the Albanians and Nico's relationship with Michelle. And finally, it introduces me to the clothes stores in Liberty City, well, one of the literally 3 in the entire game that I can visit, and the only one that I can visit in the game's first act. All of the clothes are very Eastern European and very Hove Beach, but one of the most consistent complaints, you might say, about GTA 4 is the distinct lack of customization options. Now, GTA 4 pretty obviously leaned a lot more into the realism aspect than any other entry in the series, and some of the things that came along with that were very welcome. The driving mechanics, the physics engine in general, the design of the city, it's all a bit more believable, thanks in no small part to the upgrade in visuals. One of the things that came with this change, though, seemed to be a lot less focus on the roleplay elements or any sort of in-depth customization for clothes, hair, tattoos, or even vehicles. Gone are the vehicle mod shops from San Andreas, and instead we are back to only pay and sprays. Gone are the barber shops, gyms, and other arguably unnecessary additions that San Andreas tried to introduce, but it feels like they cut back maybe a bit too much. Then they overcorrect again in the next entry with GTA 5, but now I'm getting ahead of myself. Anyway, I buy Nico a new outfit and grab a bite to eat at the diner around the corner from the apartment, and on the way out, Michelle calls. Well, Nico is itching to hang out with somebody other than Roman, so I grab the green stallion that I stole outside the Pay and Spray and head over to Nico's first American date. Or so he thinks. But because I like to roleplay, I almost never opt to actually do the date first, since when I get close enough to Michelle, it triggers a phone call from Roman where I have to make my first choice. Roman has been cornered by the Albanians under the L train near Firefly Island, and he needs me to come and save him. So I can either go on the date and let Roman be jumped, or stand up Michelle to save my cousin. Whenever I play, I pretty much always opt to save Michelle here, especially with the hindsight of knowing about Michelle, but for those who are mysteriously choosing to watch this without having played 4, I'll try to avoid spoilers. Anyway, I turn around and rush down to find Roman being attacked by the 2 thugs from earlier. Here, I am introduced to the game's melee fighting, which is quite a bit more in-depth than previous games. It's not super complex, but now I have a few different kinds of punches, and thanks to the new physics engine, paying attention to what my opponent is doing becomes a lot more important. It's actually fairly easy to die in a fistfight if you're not careful, so be careful. But once you get the hang of it, it's not that bad. So I beat up the 2 guys immediately attacking Roman, and then the 3rd guy who broke his computer earlier, the presumed leader, Darden, shows up.
Man, if one more of these gangsters tries to... Speaking of shitheads, here's Darden. Come on, my car is over there. Let's get him. You drive. I don't feel so good.
I guess he was coming to make sure that Roman paid up, but he showed up at a bad time, and so immediately begins fleeing in his car, forcing Roman and I to give pursuit. Now, I wanted to take my new green stallion on this chase, but the game insists we use Roman's car, and even if I didn't, it despawns my car. Most GTAs have this problem, but I swear to God, GTA 4 has a fetish for despawning your vehicle no matter how hard you try. It's not impossible to keep one, but it feels like I lose cars that I am trying to hold on to way more in GTA 4 than in any other title. So if you find one you like, keep it and never take it on missions. Just never. Honestly, not even on dates, it's just not safe. It is Grand Theft Auto after all, and even the game wants to steal your car. Anyway, we hop into Roman's car and have to chase Darden down to the docks. This is where I started to remember that a trend which became a lot more common by the time of GTA 5 had really started to rear its ugly head back here. Scripted traffic. Now, I can't say for certain, I'm no programmer, but at least for some missions, or sections of missions, I'm pretty sure all of the traffic becomes scripted, much like in some of my least favorite missions of GTA 5, like Father-Son. There are trucks that are meant to cut you off at specific times, and things like that. Thing is, I feel like it's a bit less annoying here than, say, in something like Father-Son, because while which cars spawn is probably determined, there are far fewer instances of things like completely new rules that only apply to one mission. Like how the truck you chase in Father-Son magically picks up a lot of speed right after Franklin gets off the back, making it impossible to catch. So I follow Darden down his scripted path, but almost get the chance to run him over, which makes me really curious if you can. It's GTA 4, so the answer is probably yes, and they probably also have dialogue prepared for that specific and unique set of circumstances. But I missed him, which means, as the game expects me to, I chase him up the stairs and into this room overlooking the water where Darden pulls a knife. Now who knows if Nico would have killed him here anyway? It seems kinda likely, but this becomes Nico's excuse for breaking his promise to himself to not kill anyone in America. You know, besides the people that he's explicitly here looking for to kill. I disarm Darden and then stab him a bunch and trigger a unique death scene where he falls out the window and into the water below. Nico has now killed, and it will only get easier for him to do so from here on out. Precedent. I drive Roman back to the depot, and then back to the apartment for the end to a quite dramatic first day in America. Well, on my second day, I bought some wholesome American food at the diner around the corner and spent the morning stealing multiple stallions, until I found my baby, the Holy Saber GT, in a nice hot red too, because Unfortunately, they don't come in hot pink. And now that I had my car, I was finally ready to go and take Michelle out on that date that Nico stood her up on in order to save Roman. There's a ton of hints that are not at all subtle about Michelle being, at the very least, very dishonest about something. Her explanation for everything she owns being brand new because she just gets sick of things and throws them out feels very obvious in hindsight, but hindsight is 20/20, as they say, so it's hard for me to say how obvious she really is. The date happens as it usually does, pretty standard and nothing too noteworthy. I drive Michelle to the fun fair at Firefly Island, and she reveals, only when we get there, that actually it's closed. Rude. And so, to pay her back for that, we then go bowling, and I kick her ass.
I like that.
And then we awkwardly walk back to the car, and I drive her home. The relationship between Michelle and Nico is one that's particularly unique, because it certainly seems like, based on the things that she says later on, that she does develop genuine feelings for Nico. But I'm getting ahead of myself again. For now, Nico is a few days into being in America, and he's already stolen himself a nice shiny muscle car and gone on a date. All things considered, not that bad. Drove around the city a little bit more, and then Roman calls me to go play darts. Why not? So again, I kick his ass, just like Michelle, and get to have one of the many interesting conversations between Nico and Roman on Hangouts, which is the main reason that I enjoy doing them, because there are quite a few. Nico spent the morning watching some good, wholesome American television.
You calling me a deviant boy?
No! No!
Therefore, we must travel through space, meet strangers, and kill them good!
For democracy and liberty!
Hurrah!
But I can give you wisdom!
And I can make you rich! All right, I've heard enough of this shit! You know the drill, fellas! No! Cook up!
And then left the apartment to go see Roman, since he hasn't much else to do yet. On the way, though, I ran into this xenophobic asshole making fun of the Russians, but a cool $100 is always nice. Okay, maybe not so nice in a game where the money is almost completely useless, but money is money. And maybe almost completely useless is a bit of an exaggeration, but we'll get to that later. But then it's time for a nice and simple one, easy fare. Nico continues to be introduced to Vlad's obnoxiousness, and he drops more hints when he continues to hit on Mallory in front of both Roman and Nico. But eventually, we're given our actual mission, which simply sees us driving one of Roman's cabs to pick up a regular of his. A regular drug user, that is. The way that Jermaine here frames it is that Roman, or people working for Roman, frequently, or with some regularity, help him on jobs like this, being expected to escape the police? Either that, or this was just a particularly lucky encounter for Jermaine, getting Nico as his driver. So the real purpose of this mission is to introduce us to the concept of the police. Now, the police system had evolved a little bit since the days of the 3D era, where it was always the same. Now, when you got a wanted level, you had to escape a radius surrounding your initial crime. If you managed to do so without being spotted by any other cops while escaping, all you had to do was lie low for a little while, and you would lose your wanted level. How long you have to stay outside the circle gets a little bit longer the higher your wanted level is, though. So all I gotta do here is drive away from the cops, and then stay away for a little bit. Honestly, the GTA 4 cop system is probably my favorite. One of the nicer features that I know was introduced here, but I seem to recall was scrapped in GTA 5, is the ability to actually get busted on foot when you have 1 star. In fact, if you only have 1 star, cops will never try to shoot at you, only arrest you, which is a neat little immersive detail. I finished the mission with little difficulty. It is still the tutorial section after all, but right before being able to start the next Roman mission, I get a call from Vlad the Impaler. So I take a detour and head over to see what the hell he wants. Okay, more tutorial simplicity with the mission Bull in a China Shop. Well, Now that Vlad has seen what Nico is capable of, he starts getting Nico to work for him. Vlad is primarily a loan shark and runs a protection racket. He just rarely does the protecting part of that on his own. Well, there's a shop in Chinatown that is refusing to pay, and he wants Nico to head over and teach the guy a lesson. Once again, the real purpose of this mission is to introduce us to another neat little feature, but one that is very, very rarely used. I'm honestly shocked that a mission tutorializing it stayed in the game, but it does still serve story purpose of seeing Nico begin to work for Vlad. Anyways, at the store, the clerk basically tells Nico to go get bent, so the game prompts me to head around the back of a nearby empty lot and grab a brick off the ground to throw through the window. Yes, that's what's being tutorialized here, the ability to throw things. Now, I don't actually know how many objects are able to be picked up by the player. I seem to recall it mostly being bricks and paper cups from the fast food joints, but I'd be curious to know how many there actually are in the game. Again, this is neat, and it's something I would never see removed from the game, but I can't think of another time in the entire game where you have to pick something up and throw it. So it's just kinda strange. Anyway, throw the brick through the window, the guy says he'll pay, mission complete. And so, it was right into the next tutorial mission, but this is a good one, because it introduces both a fun mechanic and a great new character, Jamaican Heat. Here, we are given another fair job for Roman, who asks Nico to pick up his friend Jacob and help him with whatever he needs. Now, once again, I have to assume that either Roman's drivers or Roman himself, though that's far less likely, was already known to help Jacob with gang-related activities. Or that Jacob just knew Nico would be good for this, since Roman was always talking about him. Jacob wants us to accompany him to a deal that he's worried about, and gives us our first firearm to watch his back. Alright, I'm ready to start shooting. I've spent enough time bowling and throwing darts, so... What? So yeah, GTA 4 on Steam with only 2 mods, the ones basically necessary to even run the game, is still pretty unstable. I would imagine these crashes are no less frequent without the use of Zulika patch or Fusion patch, but I wouldn't know, and I'm not playing the game without them because I basically can't. Love you, Rockstar. Back to the mission. On my second attempt, I shoot all the baddies as intended, though it takes me embarrassingly longer than it feels like it probably should have. But we've met Jacob, and more importantly, we finally have a gun. Guns in GTA 4 are actually quite simple, and perhaps a bit boring, but the actual gunplay is fantastic. And then, just for fun, since Nico doesn't know any better yet, I took Michelle out on a second date. Just to the diner around the corner from Nico's, but there's only maybe 4 or 5 dates that have unique dialogue from Michelle. Maybe more, I can't remember. So you get to see even more foreshadowing. I have to wonder though if most people figured out what kind of person she was back when they first played. I was a dumbass kid, so I certainly didn't, but in hindsight, it's all so obvious. I think before I actually knew, I just wrote it off as her being ignorant to the world that Roman and Nico and even Mallory came from, but still. But then it was onto a mission I quite enjoy. Perhaps the end of the tutorial missions too, though arguably not quite. This mission, Concrete Jungle for Little Jacob, sees us continuing to help Jacob and his mentor, Badman, in dealing with rival gangsters and drug pushers. Well, Jacob has to attend to a deal that he's nervous about, so first asks us to accompany him. When we get there, literally within seconds, he is ambushed, and the attackers come running out the back door. I think the game simply intends to give you the chance to run them down in your car, but I also use it as an opportunity to start getting used to the shooting while driving controls, since ammo isn't usually too hard to come by. After they're all dead, we collect Jacob, and then we head over to another spot, presumably connected to the first group that we just killed, and give a little Jamaican retribution. Here is where the game properly introduces a new mechanic in the game's cover system, which may not seem like much, but was quite a big deal for GTA 4. It wasn't even new in games in general, but it was for Grand Theft Auto, which had always leaned more into the arcadey side for its shooting mechanics. Now, though, you could take cover against any wall, car, or just about anything, and then both blind fire at your enemies and pop around the corner for some more precision kills. So here, we just gotta take out a few guys inside the building, one of which pins Jacob down with his shotgun, and then it's a job well done. Drive Jacob back to the cafe, and bam. On the way home, though, I decide to take Roman up on the offer he made earlier of offering free cab rides to you wherever you are. Cab rides are also another very new feature to GTA. Well, at least the way they're used in GTA 4 is new. In the old games, you used to use cabs to restart failed missions after respawning at either the police station or the hospital. But now, when you died, you had the option to restart through your phone, and cabs could instead be used to do exactly what you'd expect, take you wherever you want to go. More importantly, though, they offered the player the ability to fast travel by skipping the ride for a few extra bucks. After becoming good enough friends with Roman in the game's statistics, he will then send you a cab wherever you are if you can't find one. But most of the time, by the time Roman's driver gets there, you'll probably have spotted at least 2 regular cabs that you could have hailed a lot faster. But the driver Roman sends is unique and has unique dialogue. He's a truly pathetic man if you actually listen to all of his conversations with Nico, but he's not nearly as good a driver as I think he imagines himself to be. The next morning, I ended up getting into a fight with a pedestrian because he was assaulting some random old lady on the street, but it turned into a police chase through Hove Beach that lasted way longer than it probably should have. Then I grabbed a hot dog at the pier and walked over to Comrades to start the next Vlad mission, Hung Out to Dry. Here, Nico continues to do more of Vlad's extortion dirty work. Quite literally in this case, actually, as we have to go and force the owner of a laundromat to pay Vlad the money he owes. When I get there, I may or may have not walked in holding my shotgun, but the owner barely skips a beat and throws his pile of dirty clothes at me before running away. A quick chase around Hove Beach, and I get him to stop, where Nico has a little chat with him like the last guy, and it's mission complete. I pretty much went right into the next Vlad mission after that, with Clean Getaway. This one has a great cutscene, where we get to see Vlad do the New York reference,
I'm walking here. Let's go.
and generally get a sense of just how insane this man is. This mission is also kind of a tutorial though, and once again, for something that is very rarely used in-game, the subways and elevated trains. This is different than the item throwing mechanic though. I think the idea behind including all the subway stations, elevated rail stations, all with unique names for the stations and unique audio announcing your arrival, is all really cool, but it ends up being kind of superfluous. I'm not saying I would have it any other way, but there are very, very few instances, if ever, that taking the train is actually a viable option. When completing missions anyway. I mean, I guess you always can, if you like, or really love trains. It's a lot slower though than just using taxis. And in fact, it's so much slower that it makes me question why so much time was spent on the system. It's awesome though, don't get me wrong, and at least, unlike the throwing mechanic, we will see plenty of use for the stations, both elevated and underground, in missions. So, the actual mission here sees me take a train across Broker, and then find a guy who owes Vlad money, where I gotta steal his car instead. This is one of those really simple missions that just has great openness to it though, because what you do here is entirely up to you. You can fight the guys one-on-one or jump in the car and just drive away, but I opt for the more direct approach.
Now, you should pay your debts.
And then the game introduces us to yet another very small gameplay feature, car washes. Now, you can actually take your car to be washed and make it look all shiny and new. This is a really cool feature, even though it doesn't matter at all. This one feels less superfluous though, because of how simple it is, likely easy it was to implement, and the fact that it's for cars. This is Grand Theft Auto, after all. The next time I picked up the game, I left the apartment only to spot another Strangers and Freaks mission, or whatever, around the corner. As it turns out, it was the xenophobic guy from before who gave me $100. Now, though, he wants Nico's help. Specifically, he wants me to accompany him on a drug deal to buy a massive amount of cocaine. Well, he offers to pay, so screw it. Nico's down. When doing Strangers and Freaks, something a bit annoying for my immersion brain role-playing habit is that they are often found on the side of the street. So the cutscenes are usually presented as though Nico was just walking along, minding his business, when in reality, I usually drove a car to that exact spot and parked it just to get out and meet the person. Well, this time I had actually just walked, which meant I had to go and grab a car first. Unlike the way it would probably work in GTA 5 though, the stranger will always stay where they started until you come back with a car, rather than following you until you get one. Whatever the case, I find a vehicle and take him to his drug deal, which he seems more than pleased with. I'm sure everything will work out great for him in the end. Drop him off for a little bit of extra cheese, and that's mission complete. After that, I decided to take Michelle out on another date, and I also decided to be a little bit cheeky. Since she seems so interested in the criminal work that Nico does, I decided to take her to Perestroika, the main club owned by the district's Russian gangsters. She comments on it, but that's as far as it goes. I also haven't even actually met the boss of this place yet, so I'm not sure if that would have made a difference, but considering Nico lies to her about everything, I doubt it. Remember that, by the way, when Michelle does what she does. Nico continuously lies to her while possibly doing things like taking her to dangerous mob shows. Totally possible. Could be canon. Nico is a bit of a dick. Mine is, anyways. Then it was time for our first big choice mission. Well, I guess not. We had the whole Michelle or Roman thing earlier, but this mission is the first one of its kind that I can think of. So Vlad tells us there's a guy who plans to try and rob Roman because Vlad told him that Nico wants to kill him, or something like that. I can't remember, and I haven't worked on a GTA Biographies episode in a while. Point is, Vlad wants this Ivan guy dead, and since it's either that or put Roman in even more danger, Nico reluctantly agrees, since this is technically the first time he's been outright hired to murder someone, even if he has already killed people. I drive over to Roman's depot and find the guy on his way out, and a chase begins. I'm pretty sure this chase also has a lot of the traffic pre-scripted, which is a tad annoying, but once he crashes his car at a construction site, the chase switches to on foot. I struggle for an embarrassing amount of time to actually climb the ladders, since you have to enter them like you're getting into a car, rather than just walk up to them. But finally, I get to the top and chase Ivan all the way across the rooftops to that choice I mentioned earlier. Nico puts Ivan into that cliche scenario of hanging off a ledge, and the game gives you the choice to either let him live or kill him. Now, I actually wanted to let him live, but I literally pressed the wrong fucking button, and was too lazy to go back. Plus, like I said, so far, my Nico has been kind of a dick, so whatever. I rolled with it.
I promise to deal with you. I don't break promises.
Subject blasting on foot.
Immediately after, Nico calls Vlad to tell him it's done, and Vlad, for some reason, decides to all but admit that he's sleeping with Mallory. To the man he's already learned is very violent, and whom he has himself just hired to murder someone. Not very intelligent, but okay. Well, then I was put into the position of having to climb all the way down off the building that it took me like 2 minutes to climb. I started looking for faster ways though, and, well... Fuck. First death. But now it's time for our first of several classic GTA missions. This has become one of the most well-known sort of arcs in the franchise. Lamar even jokes about it in the beginning of GTA 5. work for a guy for a while, have a falling out, kill them, and possibly take over their old position, start all over again. Well, Vlad has pushed things a bit too far this time. When I return to the cab depot, I find Roman crying because presumably Vlad either called him to brag about sleeping with Mallory, or otherwise just found out for certain that it was true. Well, Roman is initially pissed at Nico, since he already had suspicion it was going on and said nothing, but Nico is himself offended that Roman would question his loyalty, and so the true Nico comes out.
Dick! You fucking dick!
I'm sorry!
Screw you!
Alright, so you want me to deal with it right now?
No. Sit down.
No! I'm not going to stand here and have you call me disloyal. You might let some Russian asswipe bang your woman, but I won't.
But you fucking did!
That was before I knew you cared! You always were a hypocrite.
Nico, wait. Don't do anything stupid. Wait for me!
We drive over to Comrades, and Roman decides to join us inside for some reason, but as anybody who's paying attention could have guessed, it pretty quickly becomes violent, and Vlad runs out the back, and sends his goons after us. I already have plenty of pistol ammo though, so dealing with them isn't much of a challenge, but you unfortunately cannot catch Vlad once you start chasing him, as it's all predetermined through scripts. This actually reminds me of the mission Divorce in Vice City Stories, which has a similar premise, and also sees you killing the game's tertiary antagonist. The difference is, in that mission, once you actually kill Marty, then the cutscene triggers based on where you were. In this though, you cannot catch Vlad and trigger the big cutscene at a different location, and to an extent, I think I understand why at least this is how missions are often done now. It's entirely because it allows for control over the cinematics. Because the cutscene where we confront and kill Vlad taking place at the dramatic pier just works better than if it had been, say, in the middle of the street. Oh yeah, so I kill Vlad, execution style. Then we get one of the game's most important cutscenes.
You were the stupid one, Vladdy boy. Nobody fucks with my family. Ah, you're a big boy, Vladdy.
Nico!
Well, I guess this is over.
What have you done?
What does it look like?
We're dead!
No, he's dead. We're fine.
He has powerful friends. Serious people. I told you to be calm, you halted the jump!
I am calm. He tried to kill us. He screwed your girlfriend. What do you expect? I give him a massage?
Shit! Shit!
When I was in the army, we were going on a mission to ambush a squad who had killed a lot of innocent people. They were our enemies. But we never did it. There were 15 of us, all boys from the village. But one of us betrayed the group. It was a setup. For money. 12 people died. 3 escaped. I know the traitor was not me. So for 10 years, I've been searching for the other 2. One of them lives here.
Why are you telling me this now? Do you always get sentimental after you kill people?
You kept asking.
Wonderful. You're here on some revenge mission for something that happened 10 years ago, and you don't care whose life you ruin anyway.
No,
Well, what?
I don't know. I just want to know why they did it.
Right now, I don't think you're going to find out. Let's hide the body, at least for a while.
Put him in the river.
I feel Faustin is going to kill us. Shit. We should get out of here.
You go. I'll catch up with you later.
And with that, we end the game's first chapter, sort of. I'm tempted to say this is the end of Act 1, but maybe not quite. We're a little more than halfway there. But this is the end of the first major section, and sort of the official end to the tutorial missions. New mechanics will still be introduced, but not nearly as frequently, and the game will start asking a little more of us going forward, sometimes. So Nico dumps Vlad's body into the river, and that's that. He knows, though, or at least has an idea how these things work, and has a plan. Now, immediately after the cutscene, I believe the game auto-passes some time to represent the time Nico spent disposing of the body, or whatever, because also, immediately after the cutscene, you get a prompt telling you that you can sometimes start missions early by calling a contact before they call you. The next, Roman mission, which continues the story, can, like most missions, be delayed indefinitely, but Roman will call you very shortly after leaving the docks to initiate it if you don't. Well, not fully initiate it, but place it on your map anyways. I don't waste any time here either and just jump right into it, since there isn't much that makes sense for my roleplay brain to do right now, given the circumstances.
Roman, get out of there, man. Listen to me. Vlad was a piece of trash. They don't care about him. All they care about is making money. So, we say we work for them. Now get out of there. You smell like cabbage.
I don't want to, man. I'm shitting myself. Oh!
Get out of the dumpster, Mr. Fatman. Come on, fatty. The boss wants a little chat.
So, Crime and Punishment introduces us to primarily two new characters. The game's tertiary antagonist for Act 1, Mikhail Faustin, and the game's main antagonist, currently Mikhail's second-in-command, Dmitry Raskolov. Even if you have never played GTA 4, just being familiar with film or story structure in general likely gives you an idea of what's going to happen here. So Nico and Roman are now tied up in Faustin's basement since, just as Roman predicted, they were being hunted as soon as they killed Vlad. Initially, they are being interrogated by Dmitry, but when he goes to fetch Faustin, they are left with one of the goons. Well, Mr. Faustin introduces himself properly by asking Nico a simple question.
You think it's okay to kill my employees?
If he is an asshole, yes.
Do it! I agree. Asshole, look at me like I'm a piece of shit. Now listen, Nico Bellic. You are very lucky Vlad was an idiot. The only reason I keep him around is because I fucked his sister. Look at me. You owe me. I got some digheads in my neighborhood trying to run a shipment, yeah?
And we found a buyer for the TVs.
Yes, a buyer. But you've got to get them for us so we can make the sale.
Can you untie Roman?
Хорошо.
Shut up, Roman. Roman, shut up!
him up!
Shut up, Roman! Roman, shut up! Fuck!
Mikhail! Shut up! Stop shooting people, you maniac! My wife doesn't like when people shout!
Whatever! You better get those screens soon!
Or I will personally pull your cousin's stitches out, one by one, and watch his guts spill onto the floor! Clean this shit up!
Listen, we'll take care of your cousin, but you better get a police car. And then you call me.
Roman! Roman!
Go! I'll take care of him.
Fuck!
And so with that, Roman is now bleeding on the floor, and a sense of urgency has been instilled in Nico to get the job he's been given done, while Dmitry sees to Roman's survival and discreet patching up. On to the mission itself, which asks us to find a police car in order to use its onboard computer, the HD era's answer to the old Vigilante side missions, but we'll get to that later. Now, conveniently, but also kind of annoyingly, there will always be a cop who shows up right after you start the mission, parks his car, and then runs off to deal with something while you grab it with no problem. Now, I just said this was the end of the tutorial missions, but here we are, being given new mechanics and having challenges that could and probably should have otherwise been there taken away. It would have been a lot more fun to have to get a cop car by whatever means we wanted first, and you still can do that, but it's not nearly as fun when the game throws one at you right away. Anyway, get in a cop car and access the computer, and that gives us 3 blips on the radar. These are 3 different vans, and only one of them has the merchandise we're after. This next objective is a little bit more up my alley, since which van is actually carrying the TVs is random. So you can find it on the very first go if you're lucky, and I happen to get it on my second try during this run. Once you actually find the van, the driver will warn Nico that the merchandise belongs to a Kenny Petrovic, but the mission has given us a task, and so we shall complete it. The driver's guard will open fire, but dispatch him, and I decide to let the driver live since that feels like Nico's style, usually, and then all that's left is driving it back to Faustin's lockup. Dimitri calls after to confirm that Roman is doing okay now, and shortly afterwards, Roman will call himself to show this. I ended up getting distracted exploring this empty construction site, and while there wasn't much of interest to find, I did get my hands on an SMG earlier than normal up here, so that was pretty neat. I then spent a bunch of time driving around trying to find a new Sabre GT, since mine was gone by this point, but I had no success. Eventually ended up just walking around Hove Beach until I was assaulted by this random ped who just hates Serbians, I guess.
Hey, I don't want to have to hurt you. Who's this idiot? You looking for trouble, huh? Hey, what are you doing here? I'm hot as fuck, yes?
So I ended up getting in trouble with the police for fighting back, running away, finding a new car, and then losing the cops by respraying it, and then I went and grabbed some chicken, drove around some more, and then finally jumped into the next Faustin mission. So this mission sees us doing our first proper job for Faustin, or at least the first job not explicitly done with a gun pointed to my head. The gun is still there, make no mistake, you just can't see it right now. Do You Have Protection sees us accompany Dimitri personally on a job to muscle in on some local pornography rings being run out of Hove Beach without paying protection money to the Faustin Mafia. Our job here is simple, just to keep our gun aimed at the one guy and then shoot him in the knee when Dimitri asks. I'm realizing now that no, actually the tutorials are not over. I am also realizing that my worst and best missions list videos desperately need updating, one day anyway, since I'm remembering missions more in detail now that I'm playing them, more recently. Recalling hundreds across multiple games can cloud my memory sometimes, because while this is by no means a bad mission, I certainly wouldn't place it among the series' best, or even the game's best, if I made the list again today. The last part is actually also a tutorial, arguably, since Dimitri gives us access to the game's first gun store, finally. This was a rather big change coming into GTA 4. Again, leaning more into realism, GTA 4 opted for less overt gun store options by making all of them underground instead of big, brightly painted gun shops with America plastered all over them. Now, I don't know what New York was like in 2008, but I feel like it probably wasn't this underground. Like, it's America. Something tells me that even in 2008, you could walk into a shop and buy a gun in New York, but Nico is an undocumented citizen, so he probably would have a harder time getting some of the hardware that he uses in this game legitimately. Whether it's more realistic or not, the loss of ammunition and replacement by these dingy little underground shops was quite a big change. I remember really missing the more arcadey element brought by things like ammunitions, and they would suitably return in GTA 5 to perhaps respond to that criticism, since it definitely wasn't just me. Anyway, so we buy our first gun, or so the game thinks, but we are given our first location where we can buy more ammo at least. No other guns are available yet though to buy, but armor is, so that's good. Again, GTA 4 opts for realism, and sometimes in ways that I think, looking back, are a bit detrimental to how much fun it could have been, even if they do make sense. Like, yeah, it would have been a lot more jarring to see Nico walking around with a minigun than Tommy Vercetti or Carl Johnson, or even the GTA 5 protagonists, but I feel like the substantially downgraded arsenal of GTA 4 is one of its bigger weaknesses. The actual gunplay, as I said, is great, but there aren't many guns, and especially in comparison to the old games. In the old games, we often got 3 of each type, 3 pistols, 3 SMGs, and so on. Here we usually only get 2, and in the case of heavy weapons, really only 1, unless you put the sniper rifle and rockets into the same category, which I personally do not. Anyway, I wrapped up the day by having Nico buy some more clothes to keep things fresh, but then it was time for a good night's rest. But the next day, instead of heading right back to do the next Faustin mission, I instead decided to do the next Little Jacob mission, Shadow. Now, this is the mission where we finally actually get to meet Badman, but in terms of its gameplay, it's kind of a mixed bag. It has a really lame first section, but a pretty good second section. Badman is a weed dealer, and pretty simply, there's a guy from the Hustlers gang who has been selling in Yardie territory, and so he wants me to go down and find him, follow him to his suppliers, and then wipe all of them out. Pretty simple. That first part is the annoying part, though. Follow him. Now, everybody and their mother has said this, but it's true. Tailing missions are the worst kind of GTA missions. It's just a boring and kind of lazy way to pad out some missions, even if it always makes sense contextually within the story, because yeah, people involved in lives like this would probably have to occasionally do this kind of thing, but that doesn't mean it's fun. However, even though it was actually an accident, you can make this mission a bit more engaging by spooking the guy when you follow too closely, because then he starts running away, which at least means you have to chase him, forcing you to actually do something rather than just tailing behind him on your way to the real mission. Eventually, he leads you to a building and runs up several flights of stairs, which in and of itself was kind of novel. Being able to smoothly transition into an interior space and just keep moving was still very new and very cool. At the top, he locks himself inside an apartment with his buddies, and now, finally, the fun part. You have to shoot the lockout, and then dispatch the 3 guys inside. Nothing crazy, but a fun little engagement, and honestly, I started complaining about this mission because vehicle tailing missions are always really boring, but being able to chase this guy on foot actually makes it okay. Just don't make the mistake of following him by walking. It's much slower and way, way more boring. So then, I went and bought some more clothes for Nico. What can I say? I like buying clothes, even when my options are practically non-existent. Then I stole somebody's motorcycle and used it to take Michelle out on a 4th date to grab burgers. Nico is a true romantic. Then I called Roman to go drinking because why the hell not? And because I'm cheeky, we decided to drink at Comrades. Hey, Vlad's dead, who cares? I was reminded though how freaking hard it is to drive drunk in GTA 4. Like, it actually hurts my eyes to look at the screen when it gets like this, and driving becomes a real chore. I still kinda like it though. Sort of like actually being drunk, only way less fun. Still, driving always results in cops, which usually makes for great drunk shenanigans. The next day, it was time to go back to working for Faustin with the mission Final Destination. Now, the last mission introduced us to the idea that Faustin was screwing over this other organization, the Petrovic Mafia, but this mission serves to stoke the flames. Nico meets Dimitri at the club that I took Michelle to earlier, Perestroika, and we get to see foreshadowing for how influential Dimitri is, specifically in the organization, and unlike Faustin, he seems to have both respect and genuine admiration, whereas most people only fear Faustin. In this early part of the game, it serves to make Dimitri look like the reasonable one of the two psychotic maniacs. Faustin tasks Nico with killing a guy that he only vaguely suspects might be responsible for talking to the police about their organization. Dimitri assures Faustin that it couldn't be that guy, but Faustin is having none of it, and Nico, when he's given a job, as we saw earlier, always gets it done, so off we go. This is the first mission which actually takes us to the game's second island, which has actually been available to navigate since the beginning, but just wasn't used. It kinda doesn't make sense. The whole terrorism paranoia explanation for the bridges to Algonquin being closed does kinda make sense in terms of a potentially plausible explanation for such a thing, given the post-9/11 paranoia. However, why then is the bridge to Bohan just fine? It doesn't add up, but whatever. The actual mission sees us finding the target, one Lenny Petrovic, and gunning him down at the elevated rail station. Doesn't sound too hard. Drove my bike over there, so I'll just take that with me. Yeah, this is definitely how this is supposed to work. And there we go. Alright, Leonard, I've come for you. I am the Grim fucking Reaper. Well, the last death was just stupidity and happened outside of a mission, but this one is all my fault, and I have zero excuses. So the second time around, I don't screw around and just walk my ass up the stairs, carefully cross the train tracks, being sure to look both ways, and then chase Lenny down the other side. Now he tries to get into a car, which would turn the whole mission into a car chase, but I happen to have an SMG already, despite the game not selling them to me yet, which means I can do this. And that's a mission complete. Dimitri calls to warn us about the consequences of what we've just done, but consequences schmonsequences. Nico doesn't care, and neither do I. So then, I decided to start doing a new series of side missions, which had only recently become available, drug delivery missions for Little Jacob and Badman. These are a series of missions which can be triggered by calling Little Jacob and using the job option. They don't pay very much money, but they're just fun little side jobs, and they're also good for increasing your friendship with Little Jacob, which is very nice since he has the best benefit as a friend. All of the characters who can be hung out with eventually have a special bonus that they will only offer once the character has reached a certain affinity with them from hanging out or doing other things. With Jacob, the bonus is the ability to buy guns directly from him at a discount, and this is by far the best bonus, so I always do these missions. Plus, they're just kinda fun, and quite a bit more challenging than the ones we've been given so far in the main story. Most of the time anyways. They usually just ask you to drive a beaten-up old car to some location in Broker, and then either stash some drugs, or sell some drugs, and usually, like this time, there will be a rival gang that hears about it, forcing you into a little firefight. This is actually more intense than most of what the main story missions have thrown at us so far, like I said, and that's why I like them. Still, I managed to survive thanks to my SMG, and then headed over to the gun store to buy more armor and ammo, since I can't buy them from Jacob quite yet. Speaking of Jacob, to facilitate unlocking that bonus as quickly as possible, and also just because I like Jacob, immediately after that he called to hang out, so we headed out to drink in my fancy new red Banshee that once belonged to Lenny Petrovic. I drunkenly drive us home and have to evade the cops, but eventually it's time to head home, save, and then call a cab to start the next missions. And next up we have another tutorial mission, and one that introduces us to yet another new character, Brucey Kibbutz. This mission sees us being introduced to the game's internet. Yes, internet. Now, if you've only played 5 for some reason, maybe you've navigated a bit of that game's web, and there is quite a bit. But GTA 4 had something else. This was 2008, and the internet being as dominant and mainstream as it had become by then was still very, very new. The internet was a phenomenon still, and this is reflected in a lot of GTA 4's overall commentary. You know, this doesn't make me happy to point out, but I am now realizing that GTA 4 is effectively a period piece, just like Vice City and San Andreas were, They're just period pieces of the time they were actually released. So there I was, peacefully walking across the street to the cafe when I'm struck by one of the many idiots in Liberty City who cannot drive. Well, he gets out to make sure I'm okay, but I'm not. I'm pissed. And now to attend to my business. I'm sure nobody inside was watching. Anyways, so all we have to actually do in this mission is drive down to the internet cafe. Yep, those used to be a thing. Holy shit, I feel old. And then log into our email on the computer there. Nico also meets the lady working there, and they hit it off just a little bit. She will slowly develop a deep crush on Nico, so it's sad that you never get the option to date her. Like I said though, the internet in GTA 4 is vast, and you could literally spend hours just navigating and reading all of the satirical pages. All I'm doing right now though is activating my email address, and then it's back to the apartment for another good night's rest. So at some point in this early part of the game, Roman will offer you another way of making some extra money, the game's answer to the old taxi missions, actual taxi fares for Roman. You can grab any of his cars at the depot and call him to take on fares, but every time I do this, no matter what playthrough I'm in, he either doesn't answer or he says there are no fares. Ugh. But then it was back to the internet cafe to reply to Roman's email because, of course, he's emailing me when we see each other every day. This is 2008 after all. I also respond to Brucey's email here, and more importantly begin the side mission unlocked by the internet, which is again a replacement for an old GTA staple, the import-export missions. Brucey will send you jobs via email that you collect certain vehicles around the city. Unfortunately, or fortunately I guess, depending on what kind of mission you want, he doesn't just tell you to find any of a specific kind of car. Instead, he sends you to find specific vehicles, and then you will lose money for damaging the car on the way back to his shop. This is a good way to make some decent money in the early game, as each car that you deliver nets you around $1,000 with minimal damage. The first mission involves stealing a red Cavalcade SUV, which is conveniently on the side of the road where the two occupants are being arrested. You can wait as long as you want, and unfortunately nothing else will happen with this little scripted event, which is a shame, but anyway, grab the truck, drive it back to Brucey's, and that's $1,000. Nice. And then it was time for another date with Michelle in a Russian mobster's car that I stole. We kept it simple because Nico was broke and cheap and just ate at the same diner again. Hey, she ain't complaining, but I would be. Then I got into an extended police chase in my new car, brought it back home, stole a police car, lost the tail, and then decided to start doing some vigilante missions. Although, like most new side missions, they have taken a completely different form in the HD era. As I mentioned in the mission Crime and Punishment, you can access a computer inside a cop car when idle, and this gives you access to infinite Radiant missions in whatever crimes are going on in the area, as well as Liberty City's Most Wanted list with specific targets and missions on each island. This is, I think, the perfect way to combine the best parts of the old Vigilante system, and it's a real shame that, to my memory, this was also lost in GTA 5. So that's what I spent the next 20 minutes doing, killing criminals, as a criminal, inside a cop car. Oh, and apparently the in-universe explanation is that crime has gotten so bad that the police are offering money for people to handle these things discreetly, but I don't actually think I was getting paid for any of these missions, so I'm not entirely sure what gives. Then I started tackling the Most Wanted list, beginning with one Maxwell Coughlin up in Bohan. Well, I find him riding around all casual-like, and light up his car with my SMG. That's one down, and, I don't know, probably like a lot left to go. Took a train and then a cab back to the apartment, and then went to hang out with Roman. On the way to pick him up, though, I get a call from Jacob, who also wants to hang out, and I unfortunately have to tell him no, which lowers my progress towards his bonus, as shown by the little thumbs down. Actually, although I forgot to do it, you can just say yes to any hangout you don't want to do, and then immediately call the contact to cancel without losing any progress, so there's a little cheat for you. Roman and I go get some Cluck and Bell, and then head back to the Dude, where's my car? Like, seriously, what? GTA 4 is obsessed with despawning your vehicle. I literally took it to a hangout, gone. Took it on a date, gone. Just never use your vehicles that you want to keep, I guess. Gee, how fun. So out of anger, I steal a different Banshee that's not nearly as fun or as special and drive Roman home, but before heading to bed, I got a little bit distracted. Distracted stealing an armored van, which can actually be a great source of money in early game, but more importantly, it's just fun to try and crack open. So I did. Grabbing all the money without burning myself wasn't easy, but I still made a few $100, and nobody even cares about the chaos that I'm causing. How lovely. I think Nico's ready for bed now.
Any chance of getting a cab?
Anything for you, NC. It should be there soon.
After one more truck. Just one more, Mom, I promise. Grab the money, a new car, fill up on ammo, and head to bed. The next day, I did another of Brucey's missions by stealing a Patriot from some gangsters, rather violently. And then I did a little Jacob mission by stashing some drugs in Dukes, and then fighting off the dudes who somehow always know about these incredibly discreet drops. Well, actually I was doing that, and then the game crashed again. Yay! This is how I learned that these missions are done in a set order, rather than being radiant like the Vigilante missions, since upon restarting the game, I was given the exact same mission again, and this time...
Stupid fucking dummy!
Speaking of Vigilante missions, next I stole another police car since there is a convenient police station just down the street from my apartment, and then tackled the next most wanted criminal, Scott Gazowski. What a terrible name. I am so sorry to any other Scott Gazowskis out there. Find him and a bunch of his goons at a public park or plaza or whatever, but I notice a small flaw in the GTA 4 AI system here. Enemies immediately know where you are, that you are hostile, and even what you look like before they even see you sometimes. There isn't really any stealth in GTA 4, which is probably for the best, since the San Andreas stealth system was pretty half-assed. But it would have been at least nice to not immediately aggro all enemies when getting close every time you do missions like this, since I don't think this is how it usually works in a lot of the story missions. After that, I had Roman's asshole driver pick me up for a free ride, to my next mission for Mr. Faustin, No Love Lost. This is a mission which actually ties into some of the events from one of the DLCs, the first instance of that happening, I believe. Faustin tells us that his daughter is dating some lost MC biker, and he isn't happy about it. Well, Nico probably wouldn't give a shit himself, but this is just a job, so that means somebody's gotta die, despite the protests from Ileyna. So it's time to go murder Bill Burr. Yeah, Jason is voiced by Bill Burr, in case you never noticed that. It took me years to realize that, but once you know, you can't unknow.
Am I property of the Lost now?
Ha! If you were property, then all the brothers would get to share you. I want you all to myself.
Get away from Mr. Faustin's daughter.
Fuck you! This ain't Russia, and we ain't communists.
Tell my father I can see whoever I like.
I'm gonna get the brothers, and we're gonna kick your fucking ass!
So Jason takes off on his bike, and it's a simple matter of chasing him down and killing him by whatever means you'd like. Conveniently, the game supplies you with a bike of your own to make it a chase, but it isn't really much of an actual chase. And now I have another unique vehicle to play with, so let's see how long it takes me to lose this one. The next day I did another little Jacob mission, tried once again to do cab fares for Roman, but had no luck, and then did another Brucey side mission by stealing an intruder from some lady just casually driving around near Michelle's house. I got lucky too, since I caught her being impatient in GTA 4 traffic and attempting to break free, only for me to show up at the worst possible time. Then it was back to Mr. Faustin for a significant new story mission with one of my favorite cutscenes in the game.
Hello?
Hello.
Is Mikhail home?
No, he's out.
Okay. Should I wait outside?
No, come in.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Sit down.
Thank you.
You want some tea?
Sure.
Mikhail doesn't let me use this anymore. Says it makes us look like barbarians. Uncivilized. Like immigrants.
Oh, yeah?
I know what you're thinking. It is a bit funny coming from him. He did not used to be like this. When we were young, at home, he was beautiful. He was happy. He made me happy. But then something changed, years ago. I never quite knew what it was. So many years I wondered what it was, or what was wrong with me, that I did not see it in him. Or I changed him.
Life is complicated. I never thought I'd live like this.
No?
When the war came, I did bad things. And after the war, I thought nothing of doing bad things. I killed people, smuggled people, sold people.
And you don't worry about your soul?
After you walk into a village, and you see 50 children, all sitting neatly in a row against the church wall, each with their throats cut and their hands chopped off, you realize that the creature that could do this doesn't have a soul.
God is very complicated. You mustn't give up hope.
Huh. Well, I don't know about that.
Привет, Лена.
Привет, Emma.
What is that? I tell you one thing and you ignore me! You stupid bitch! Nico Bellic, baby. Good to see you.
Hey, you too. What did you want?
I want you to teach people to listen to me.
You want him to get us the money.
Fuck the money.
Mikhail, please calm down. We're already in a lot of trouble. I don't know if I can smooth things over with Petrovic.
Fuck him and fuck you. Who are you, my daddy? Get the fuck out of my house.
Mikhail!
Get out!
So, what do you want?
This prig who owes me money owns a garage in Chase Point. I want you to pick up a truck and take it to him. Call me when you get to the truck. It's in Shotlar on Montauk Avenue. Go. Get out of here.
So we have to find this truck first, but once we do, and only once we do, Faustin decides to tell Nico that the truck is wired with explosives, so he needs to drive very carefully if he doesn't want it to blow up. You know, this is funny. This mission is straight out of the first section of the very first Grand Theft Auto back on PC and PS1. Drive a truck rigged with explosives to a spot, and then blow it up. It's kind of neat to see how much the series had changed by this point, while still paying deliberate homage to the series' humble origins. Anyway, this mission is dead simple unless you're really bad or a really impatient driver, or both. Just drive up to Bohan, park the truck, and activate the explosive. There is an amusing scripted phone call that happens while you're crossing the bridge to Bohan, where Roman calls to hang out, and Nico has to turn him down since he's a bit busy at the time. Anyway, park the truck, hit the button, and... Oop, awkward, I actually forgot to activate it. Okay, activate the bomb, and run like hell. Very satisfying, but Nico was less than thrilled with Faustin only telling him last minute about the explosives, and so basically quits after this. So no more Faustin missions directly, but, well, we haven't quite seen the last of him yet. On the way back to Broker, Roman also finally opens up the Brucey contact missions down in Boabo, so that's what I'll tackle next. So Brucey hires us to murder the first person who could potentially reveal that he's actually gay. It was never something I fully picked up on as a kid. I definitely knew they were making some crass jokes about Brucey, but if you pay attention, it becomes clear that Brucey lives a double life and is deeply ashamed of it. So almost all of his missions involve killing other gay men who could potentially leak the truth about him, since he does such a great job of hiding it outside of missions, right? So we steal another cop car, and thankfully this time the game doesn't just provide me with one, offering a tiny little bit more challenge, and then I have to use the police database search to get a location on the guy, Lyle Rivas, who is hiding in an apartment just north of Roman's cab depot. When I get there, Nico decides to announce that he's coming to kill the guy, basically, which is, a decision, I guess. And then it turns into a chase across town, with the guy leaping out of his burning vehicle on the highway down by the airport. And then I finish him off for a mission complete. The next day, Michelle and I grabbed burgers again in my newest Sabre GT, but by this point she had basically all but run out of interesting things to say. So I hung out with Jacob again to boost my relationship with him, but, well, it was Jacob's idea to go to the strip club, I swear. But right after that, Roman wanted to go see a show, and fine. Except, wait, aren't the only shows available right now at... Oh, god damn it. And then I spent days, literally in-game days, just trying to find a color scheme for my Sabre that didn't suck, but had no luck and eventually just gave up. Went to the internet cafe and replied to Nico's mother, who sends him a nice wholesome email, and also replied to Hosan, that guy from the game's introduction, who will be an encounterable Strangers and Freaks character later in the game. Then it was off to steal a Sanchez for Brucey by shooting the driver right off of it, right next to a cop, and since I was already in Boabo, I walked up the street from Brucey's shop to his apartment for the next mission. And so we continue our exploitation of Brucey's former lovers by stealing a car which belonged to the guy we killed in the last mission, Lyle Rivas. Well, when I get down to where it's supposed to be, I encounter something a bit different. More crashes. This one was a bit of a concern at first, since, unlike the last two crashes, it didn't seem to be triggered by a gunfight, and upon trying to do the mission a second time, the exact same thing happened. I ended up fixing it by having to cap my frame rate at 30 before the cutscene starts, and then settling it back to 60 immediately afterwards, which seemed to fix everything. From there, it's a rather intense chase back to Brucey's shop, while losing both the cops, and the seemingly infinite number of Lyle's friends. I keep killing them, but they keep coming, so either I miscounted or they spawn more when you kill them, but either way, a trip to the pan spray later, and eventually I make it back in one piece for another mission complete. Now, I missed when exactly it happened in my footage, but at some point after the mission rigged to blow, Dimitri calls Nico and gives our next story mission, but I have been deliberately avoiding it for a while, since I know which one it is, and it's a rather important turning point, the end of Act 1, hence all the side missions that I've been doing instead. Well, next I tackled some more of Broker's Most Wanted, taking down Antonio Rivette and his goons at an elevated rail station, where once again they immediately know that I'm coming and where I am. Then Rodrigo Stavnes, who is holed up with some of his buddies in the projects, but I approach from the wrong side and end up turning it into an unnecessary chase. And Fernando Tisdale I find cruising around Hove Beach, and he dies rather quickly. But then after refilling on ammo, it was time for a final encounter with our first stranger and freak, Brian. Well, I had just been doing vigilante missions, so when I encountered Brian, now all cleaned up from his drug habit, and asking that we help him, apologize to some of the dealers that he wronged, well, I didn't think about bringing a cop car to the meet. Unsurprisingly, it fails the mission, and then Nico rudely kicks Brian out of the car as if it's his fault. Thankfully, this is considered a failed mission, and so it will be available to try again later, the next time I'm in the area, after a certain amount of time has passed. So instead, it was next on to Tyler Pickrell, just walking around Meadows Park. Boop. Oh, he didn't die. Hold on. Boop. You're still alive? Okay. Boop. There we go. Preston Pesyanovsky? and a bunch of his associates are just chilling in an empty lot looking suspicious when I show up and just open fire on everybody, and Alonzo Goralski I catch attempting to flee the airport, but his escape doesn't last very long. Only 2 more to go now, so I just keep crossing names off the list. Burt Wrecker I find in this empty lot that I always think of as Chan Yao Ming's place, since that's what I used for the Huang episode of GTA Biographies. This ends up being actually a pretty good firefight, and in general, the further you go down the wanted list, it seems like the harder the missions get, usually. So who is the last guy? Will he give me an actual challenge? Freddie Paparo. Now that's a pimp if I ever saw one. Look at that hat. Well, pimp or no pimp, he's not an actual challenge, sadly, which makes me wonder why Burt wasn't at the bottom of the list for Broker instead. But conveniently, I also have my cop car set on fire right as I complete the last wanted mission, so then it was time to head back and actually complete that final encounter with our good buddy, Brian. So this time, not using a cop car, I take Brian to his meeting with former dealers, but to exactly nobody's shock, they don't exactly just accept his apology, and Nico is forced to intervene. I only kill the one guy, though. I think the other one got the message. Drop Brian off at his place, and that's the last we'll ever see of him. Ooh, now that's a nice car, and a perfect way to end the day. Ah, America. Well, I put on my Russian hat the next morning and was all ready to go and tackle the next Dimitri mission that I've been putting off for a while, but literally, right as I'm walking into the mission marker, I get a call from little Jacob asking for a ride. Fuck it, I got you, Jacob. After giving Jacob a ride, I also just so happen to run into my next Strangers and Freaks, but this one is somebody I actually know, the real Badman. So Badman tells Nico about some Russian gangsters who have been giving him trouble recently, and Nico, having no love for actual Russians, agrees to help him and go take them out. We get a decent little firefight in this alley, but Badman doesn't do much of the fighting, but he does pay me $500 upon completion of the mission, so that's nice. And so, back to the side missions I went, doing the next Brucey vehicle theft by stealing a Feltzer, while driving one. See, now would it make the mission more boring if I could just bring him this one? Probably, but still. Then I did another little Jacob job, which asked me to deliver the package before the given time, but for the first time, I actually failed to complete it. The timed missions from Jacob are actually really tight. You can't spend much time screwing around at all, but actually I failed it completely by accident because I had my phone out and actually called Jacob to cancel the job without even hearing the phone call. Ugh. Oops. So I reloaded a save to try again, and this time actually reached the guy in time without canceling, and then also shot my first of 200 flying rats in the tunnel. I looked it up later though, and all you get for shooting all 200 is an Annihilator helicopter that spawns on Algonquin, but, well, that's not as great of a reward as it might seem, since the vanilla GTA 4 Annihilator kinda sucks. The next day I spend just driving around town for a while. I grab burgers with Roman in the evening, and then, finally, I head down to Firefly Island to start the beginning of the end. Of Act 1, anyway. So, all of Faustin's rage-fueled impulsivity has finally caught up with him, and Dimitri tells Nico that he has made a deal with the offended party, the Petrovic crime family. If Nico is the one to personally kill Faustin, he will be forgiven for murdering Lenny Petrovic. So now it's time to fulfill that old GTA trope and take out an old boss. Again. I spent a little time outside the club trying to remember where the entrance to the alley was, and to see if maybe there was an alternative way to get in, but eventually I gave up and went with the more direct approach. Now, once again, for the sake of cinematics, I am not able to just kill Faustin in here because I totally would have. A shot to the chest from a shotgun like that would have downed literally anybody, so I'm not sure how he runs away afterwards, but, you know, game. So I chase him to the roof, but miss out on hearing his ending rant when I accidentally shoot him right off of the roof, which is, funnily enough, exactly how he would have died if I had done the execution like Vlad. Just less monologuing, which, while unfortunate, actually kinda makes more sense for what happens next, Since Nico himself was hesitant to kill Faustin, and here's foreshadowing of Dimitri's true character when Faustin does get the chance to actually talk before he dies. But given the seriousness of what just happened, I don't spend any time after that just screwing around or doing side missions, and instead just jump right into the next mission when I next boot up the game, by calling Dimitri to start the mission early. Before heading down to meet Dimitri to supposedly get paid for killing Faustin though, Nico calls little Jacob and asks him to meet us at the warehouse that Dimitri requested as backup, just in case things don't go as planned. Well, things never go to plan, do they?
Sharp eyes, huh?
You don't know, my avid seeing star.
Hey, Nico. Glad you could make it.
Yes. You got the money?
Sure. But I just wanted to say how grateful me and my bosses are for what you did.
Good.
Yes. And I just wanted to check something with you.
Okay.
You are Nico Bellic, correct?
What is this?
And you used to work the coast in the Mediterranean, smuggling people into Italy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
But you messed up. And left a lot of bad debt. You left a good friend of mine out of pocket. Big time.
Hello, Nico.
Hello, Mr. Bulgarin.
Where is our money?
I don't know. I didn't rob you.
Really?
We were busted a mile off the coast. I had to swim for my life. I don't know what happened. I nearly drowned.
My heart is bleeding.
I did my best! I didn't fuck up!
So we're into what is arguably the biggest firefight the game has thrown at me so far, while Dimitri and Bulgarin make their way to the end of the warehouse, and Jacob and I slowly and methodically clear the place out. But they escape before I'm able to shoot either one of them because, well, if they didn't, the game would just end right here. And so, trying to be as discreet as possible, I drop Jacob off at the cafe, and then immediately call Roman to let him know what has happened. Well, when I call Roman, he is already paranoid and whispering into his phone because he thinks people are listening, so I head over to him to start the next mission, and the true end to Act 1. Roman begins making plans to ask Mallory for help finding somewhere to hide out in Bohan, since that's where she grew up. Luckily, she actually sounds like she'll be able to help, but Roman asks that we stop by the apartment one more time before we leave, as there's something very important that he needs to get first. But both the apartment and the cab depot are already up in flames, and Roman's ring for Mallory along with it. Defeated and bordering on hopeless, the Cousins Bellic retreat to Bohan and a new apartment that Mallory has managed to find for us in no time flat. But even now, in the midst of chaos and now living on the run, Roman attempts to maintain his naive optimism.
Not so bad. I mean, I don't think we'll be impressing women with our wonderful hot tub, but this looks okay.
Yes! Great!
Come on, what's wrong?
What's wrong? What's wrong? Where should I start? All right, I'll start with you. What's wrong with you? 15 minutes ago, you were cowering in fear because you didn't know what was going to happen. Now, you know everything is shit, and we're going to be killed, and you're all cheerful. I don't get it.
I guess I'm an optimist.
An idiot, not an optimist.
I was bored of Broker anyway! I'm glad you turned up and made some Russian killers burn down my home and business. Oh, yeah, thanks, Nico. Thanks a bunch. Is that better?
Much!
Thank God you're okay. Mwah, mwah. Both of you.
We're fucked. We're broke and on the run.
No, I'm from up here, Nico. I know a bunch of people who might be able to help out. Why don't you come and meet me at the community center later on? I gotta go to work. Bye, Papi. Mwah, mwah. And have a shower. You smell a little, mature.
So, I guess we start again.
Sure. I'm going out.
So, just like Nico said in the cutscene, after that, I went out and just drove around Bohan for a while until, now that's what I'm talking about. And as icing on the cake, right after getting my shiny new car, I get a call from Jacob, unlocking the ability to buy weapons from him at a discount. Perfect. Later on, Dimitri calls me just to taunt me, but whatever, Dimitri, you cannot ruin my day now. I mean, Nico, mentally, probably not doing so hot, but for me, I'm great. I get yet another phone call from Brucey after that, telling me that Roman's gambling problem is getting out of control, which, given what we've already seen him get into, can't be a good omen. But Nico knows his cousin is a big boy, and refuses to do much of anything about it because I guess. Then, for some godforsaken reason, I took Michelle out on a date. Actually, it's because I wanted to see if she would have any unique dialogue just before the big reveal, you know? Because it's a-comin'. Spoilers! I amazingly don't lose my car on the date, going back to the diner in Hove Beach because Nico gives no fucks. But there is no conversation between them about what just happened. No cover story that Nico has for why the apartment or the depot burned down, which she would have undoubtedly have had questions about. Nothing. Disappointing. Well, there is Michelle trying to buy coke off of Nico, which might be just foreshadowing, but nothing specifically about the events of the last couple missions. So then I shot at this door to try and shut up a street preacher, but it didn't work out. And then slunk around the buildings to lose the popo before starting my first real mission in Bohan for everybody's favorite character, Manny Escuella. So, Manny is a lot of things, mostly just annoying though. Mallory introduces Nico to him, and we see that he's some kind of community activist, or he paints himself as one, filming local TV ads with the help of his cameraman, but Nico isn't exactly fond of cameras.
Manny!
Sorry.
So anyway, he wants us to follow this dealer to a group of other dealers and then murder them all so that he can claim, partial responsibility for cleaning up the streets of drug pushers, with vigilante murder. So the first half is a boring tailing section, but the second half involves a pretty good firefight inside this warehouse that you have to break into. It would have been cooler if the warehouse had multiple ways in or something, but that's thinking a bit too big for this early in the game. Kill them all, and now we have our first contact in Bohan to do missions for. And then I drove a garbage truck all the way from Bohan to Brucey's house. Time for one of my favorite missions. The first half, anyway. So, Out of the Closet is barely a mission, more like the first half of a multi-stage mission, something new to GTA 4. Brucey wants Nico to kill the cousin, I think, of the first guy we killed, Lyle. But in order to get close to him, he and Roman have set Nico up on lovemeet.net as a gay man. Then, though, for some reason, despite making his account for him, Nico has to go down to the internet cafe on his own to actually email the guy. Seems convoluted. I mean, I get why it's to give the player the option of starting on their own, but they already started this mission, so what? How does this make any sense? Roman literally has a laptop open during the cutscene, but whatever. Head down to the cafe, set up the date with the guy who is a bit like Tony's boyfriend from Ballad of Gay Tony, a hodgepodge of all the worst stereotypes of a New York gay man in the late 2000s. But the actual date won't happen for a little while, and it's one of a couple rather annoying missions, which will give you an appointment time to make. For now, though, since I'm here, I start another Brucey vehicle mission, and funnily enough, it's to steal a Sabre GT, one that looks remarkably similar to mine, but a brighter shade of red. I end up having to do a bit of damage to it, unfortunately, but still make another cool $1,000 upon returning it to Brucey's shop around the freaking corner. Then I stole another saber, bought some weapons from Little Jacob, bought a hot dog, did another Little Jacob side mission, and finally called it a day. The next day, I took a cab all the way to Chase Point just to steal a guy's motorcycle, and the guy had very little awareness of his surroundings, and I was in a rush, so... And then, after bringing it back to Brucey, it was time for yet another Little Jacob side mission. This one I remembered as soon as I saw the destination, so I have to do an exchange with these very legitimate-looking gentlemen, and then the cops show up, giving me a 3-star wanted level. So I steal one of their cars as per usual and make my escape. Since I was now in a cop car, I then did some Radiant Vigilante missions, but I still don't seem to be getting paid for these like the game says I should. Swapped cop cars and then left one at the apartment because I'd spotted yet another Strangers and Freaks mission to do, Mel. Remember Mel? Probably not, unless I bothered to play that cutscene, but Mel is this guy. And he apparently has been trying to clean up his act. Well, as per usual, since this is GTA, Mel wants Nico to help him deal with some guys that he owes money to. Guys from back during his drinking days. Well, Nico is nothing if not a good Samaritan, you know, when he's not killing other possible good Samaritans, so off we go. Well, once again, unsurprisingly, the guys that Mel has to pay off are, shall we say, less than friendly. But a shotgun is all one needs to deal with, well, a variety of problems Liberty City sends your way. So I drop Mel off and he pays me $500. Presumably money that would have otherwise gone to those very rude gentlemen whom I murdered. Then I did a few more vigilante missions before hitting the internet cafe. Here I saw that I'd gotten a reply from French Tom, meaning that I could now set up the date with him, and since I'm here, I also went ahead and did the next Brucey job. This time he wants a Banshee, but he certainly ain't getting mine, mostly because it's gone. It was one of the easier jobs, though. Ooh, would you look at that? Another armored truck. This time I'm going to be smart about this. There we go. Now I can actually get all the money. Huh? Oh, it's Roman. Oh, geez. Wait, a show? Oh, no. Not a show. Yep. Love it. But then it was time for one more Brucey exotic export to collect a PMP 600. I find this guy, cleaning it? In the rain? I give him a chance to leave, but clearly, as he'd already demonstrated, he is completely insane, and so he was kinda asking for it at this point. Well, I think I'm almost done the Brucey missions. Alright, awesome. Guess I'll just procure myself a new vehicle here to get back to the... Sir? Sir! Well... Okay then. The next day, I moved my new saber, which I'd been able to hold onto for a little while now, up to the apartment in Bohan. And then drove all the way back to Broker, since that's the only access I have to the internet right now, and started another Brucey mission. This time to steal an NRG 900 in Schottler. Well, I'd brought my car with me, so first I dropped it off back at the old apartment, and then I went to collect the motorcycle. Now I find it, and I think perhaps these gentlemen were engaged in some kind of transaction, but well, I had to interrupt it. Bring it back, and then finally, that was actually the last Brucey car mission, so hooray. I got an achievement for it, at some point, I think. But yeah, that's about it. Oh, and each one you do does boost your relationship with Brucey, but, well, we'll talk about his bonus when I unlock it. So I ended up getting a bit chaotic, stealing a yellow peyote, grabbing a bite to eat, and then went to do another Little Jacob mission. This one was yet another deal, which, once again, got interrupted by the cops. So I took the crappy car the game gave me and made a run for it. using this ramp to actually some effect for once, and getting onto the highway, where in 4 it's a lot more possible to actually still lose the cops. Then I may have driven through the airport and attracted a lot of attention, escaped the cops by using a pay and spray, and then stopped at the internet cafe to see, oh, no new emails. Well, I guess I'll go see Manny. Well, I shouldn't be so hard. Manny missions aren't awful or anything, just he is. So we get introduced to Francis McCreary here. Anyway, Manny wants us to, surprise, surprise, clean the streets. Well, fine, here I go, doing someone else's dirty work. Well, I'm gonna need a car for that. Hey, no, what the? And I missed my date with Handsome Tom. I mean, French Tom, whatever. All right, mission replay. Hold on. This is actually a good mission because you can handle it a variety of ways. However you'd like to, really. I didn't exactly come prepared, and the guys in the car escape, so I guess it's a GTA race. The guys at the shop just wait there, though. All right, then. And while dealing with them, I attract the attention of Elsie's finest. Great. So then I found a use for trains during missions, escaping the Popo. And as I get off the train, Mallory calls to introduce us to one of my favorite characters in GTA 4 and another new contact in Bohan, Elizabeta Torres. And it's about time. So I refilled on my health at Burger Shot and on my ammo with Jacob, and then went with Roman to get drunk off our asses again. But for once, we actually did the responsible thing and took a cab home. Good for us. Now, I only realized this later, but sadly, I actually lost the footage of me completing a couple of missions. I lost the footage of me completing Out of the Closets Part 2 when I went on the date with Tom at the diner near Nico's apartment, and then killed him. And I lost the footage of me doing the mission number 1 for Brucey, which is the first time the game actually gives you a car. But it kind of sounds like it is still stolen. But it's just a simple race mission. Since that's Brucey's final mission too, it unlocks him as a friend that you can hang out with. I might go back and record footage of me doing the missions later, but if I don't, sorry. So, the next time I played, it was on to the first Elizabeta mission, which also happens to be the first Packy McCreary mission. Elizabeta is a big-time coke dealer in Liberty, the kind of person that even little Jacob is afraid of, though his machismo prevents him from outright admitting it. Liz wants us to watch over a deal of Packy's going down with a sniper rifle. Yup, it's another GTA staple and a pretty memorable mission. Sadly, we do not get a conversation with Packy on the way, as we just have to meet him there, and then walk up a million flights of stairs to reach the sniper. Now, you can't start shooting until they do, or you'll fail the mission, but once the deal goes bad, because, well, it wouldn't be much of a mission if it didn't, then you just gotta kill everybody, except for Packy, and make sure that he lives, but the whole thing is over pretty quick. After the mission, Brucey calls me to unlock his next side mission, Races. I go and refill my ammo, get a lecture from Michelle about how Elizabeta might be a dealer, and then eventually go and actually hang out with Brucey, against my better judgment. I gotta say, in 4, without Maury around to make him sympathetic, I really hate Brucey. After we hang out, I go out and do one of his races, and that is a lot more fun than actually spending any time with him. I also do it in my shiny new Red Saber GT, which I still have. Races in 4, though, are, well, they remind me of races in GTA 3, actually, just not challenging, like, at all. Come to think of it, GTA has never really had challenging races, but these are particularly easy. I never had any trouble, not once. But then it was time for a very important mission, the mission which first sees us interacting with one of the DLC's protagonists, and the mission which unlocks the third island, Algonquin, Blow Your Cover. So we get to meet Johnny Klevitz, and more immediately, Playboy X, whom we have to drive to the meet. This is supposed to be a big step up for Nico. His first job for Liz just got his foot in the door, but Playboy X is sadly, actually quite powerful, at least in comparison to most of the people that Nico's been working for so far, though not all. So we drive to the meet, and once again, we have to walk up a ton of stairs, and then we get to meet the world's worst undercover cops.
Hey, you ready?
Sure, let's do this. Nothing like selling some dope to let you know you're alive.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's do this.
All right, come on.
Hey, what's going on, guys? What's going on?
Not much. Let's do this.
You got the heroin, right? Right?
Come on, let's do this quickly.
So you got the heroin, correct? You're carrying it, correct? I mean, it's a simple question.
What's wrong with you? You're being fucking weird.
Not weird, man. I just want to know if you're carrying the stuff, right?
You ain't right, friend.
No,
Come on, let's get out of here.
LCPD! Freeze, motherfucker! I said freeze!
Like, this guy is really bad at his job. I would say he should be fired, but presumably we kill him, but I didn't check. The firefight turns into a move and clear through the hallways, since we're finally facing enemies who could actually kill us pretty quick if I'm not careful. Nice and Slow, though, is the name of the game, and it ends up playing almost like a first-person shooter, with me holding down the aim button practically the entire time. We finally reach the ground level and have to make our escape in this car. Awkward. Make our escape in this car. There we go. Make our escape in this car. Wow. Yup, missions are stepping up. We have finally entered the mid-game, and we finally get access to Algonquin, everybody's favorite island. It's just the most fun to drive around, I think. Drop Playboy off at his place, and then we have to call Liz afterwards to inform her of the botched deal. So now that Algonquin's unlocked, Roman calls us to tell us he got the insurance money back from the cab depot being burned down. Apparently, they thought it was an electrical fire, so Roman opens it back up, and we can now call for cabs again if we so desire. So now that I could, I went to buy Nico some new threads, finally, at one of the 2 new shops available, and one that I'd rarely ever shopped at before, Modo, I think. Bought Nico plenty of sophisticated dad trying to blend in clothes. In fact, bought all the clothes the store would sell me, and then left to do another Brucey race mission. This one was a race around Star Junction, which was neat, but once again, no actual challenge. Next, it was time for another mission from, oh boy, Manny. So this is a tailing mission, but perhaps even worse than your standard vehicle tailing mission. It's a train tailing mission. And I fail it the first time because I am both an idiot and this mission sucks. See, this is why my worst mission video needs updating. This would definitely be among the game's worst, for sure. Well, once I find my brain, the mission becomes just standard boring again. Follow the train tracks until they deboard, and then kill everybody that I'm supposed to as they get off. Having the full shotgun certainly helped to make this one a breeze to complete. But as I'm taking the train home, I guess, I get a mysterious text telling me to meet somebody at the end of the pier in the south of Algonquin. Alrighty. I'll get to that very promptly. Whatever. I'm going home.
Shit, sure. Watch it, stupid punk.
Excuse me? You want to say that again? I said, excuse me? Uh-oh.
2 hours later.
Wow, well, this wasn't how I pictured my afternoon. I do not appreciate your tone. Well, this is a predicament. Screw it. Ow! Oh, no. So then I used Roman's annoying driver, now that he's available again, to get back to Bohan and do the last Elizabeta mission, and one that I usually love to do, the snowstorm. So little Jacob screwed over Elizabeta, accidentally, when a contact of his rips her off and steals a very large amount of cocaine. So it falls to us to keep Liz from actually killing Jacob by making our way to an old hospital on one of the game's many smaller islands and getting the coke back by whatever means necessary. Now, you can approach this situation however you like. And there I was, being all sneaky and shit, even though I said that there was no stealth in GTA 4 earlier. And then, what do? This. And it all turns into a giant shit show real quick. I also still can't freaking throw in GTA 4, apparently. But somehow, I actually survived that absolute nightmare, and I find it funny that the cutscene plays with Nico still crouched. But now that the cops show up, the real chaos begins. Gangsters are getting shot left and right, and I'm just trying to desperately make my way to any vehicle without being caught in the crossfire. I choose one that's, well, less than ideal, but fuck it. I like a challenge.
A few moments later.
Fuck this. I'm taking a bike. Wow, that was close, but my heart's racing. I feel alive. Or Nico feels alive. So Jacob calls me and tells me to come and bring it to him, but he's ominous. He alludes to having figured out who's been playing them, but it doesn't actually make any sense given what happens next.
Jacob, what are you talking about? You know, I think you're smoking too much.
Yo, me think me know the eater come from in a king.
Hey, Nico. Hey, Jacob.
What are you doing here? This is no place for you, Michelle.
As it happens, it is. You see, Nico, I have been working for the government. I'm afraid it's my job to watch you. And now I have to ask you for the coke.
This is a joke, right?
Please, please don't make this harder for me than it already is. Look, they're about to take down Elizabeta.
I don't fucking believe this.
Listen, I'm sorry it had to be this way, Nico. I'm really sorry. Hey, you know, you could have gone down too, if you weren't so useful.
You fucking bitch.
Nico.
Hold on. You mean to say you're going to let us off just like that? Nothing now go on?
Well, my employers need the help of a guy like Nico. The office is in Algonquin. I'll call you. You know, as and when we need you. The coke, please.
Shocking, me have to tell Elizabeth that she now get her cocaine now.
So yeah, Michelle was a cop this whole time. Who could have seen it coming? The whole thing that doesn't make sense, though, is why did Jacob say to meet him here? Did she already speak to him? Because he doesn't act like that. He acts like he just figured something out, and then acts just as surprised as Nico is at Michelle's betrayal, so I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I think Nico was right. He's been smoking too much. Anyway, that is the real end of the Bohan chapter, so to speak. Well, kind of. There is actually one more encounter we still need to have with both of the main players from said chapter before we wrap everything up. For real, for real. The next day, I ended up running into a new stranger's mission in Algonquin. Sarah, I think is her name. She's a very insecure woman who wants Nico to give her a ride home. Well, actually, she wants Nico to make her husband jealous, and it works. And while Nico doesn't actually care about her one way or the other, he started it, so I finished it. And then I bought a hot dog.
Great deals, great deals. Thank you very much.
So remember Francis McCreary? I don't blame you if you don't, because, like I said, he and Nico didn't even look at each other, but apparently, Nico at least was paying attention, as he immediately knows who he is. Officer McCreary here wants Nico to help him deal with someone who is attempting to blackmail him. This mission is interesting as it's completely new and unique to GTA 4. We have to go down to where Officer McCreary agreed to meet the guy and call his phone. Then we have to actually pay attention to which NPC picks up their phone and starts talking. This is really neat, and you can actually hear him speaking if you get closer to him, but, well, I am not very smart, so it took me a bit of time to actually spot him. Not so fast, buddy. Boop! And then I ran like the Roadrunner until I lost the cops, and eventually found a cab to bring the blackmail photos back to Francis. So then I went and did another Brucey race, and won. Shocking. And then I went a little bit crazy. But I think that was just a fever dream. As far as you and I are concerned, it never happened. Okay, time to actually wrap up Act 2, or Act Bohan, I guess. The final mission from the second island thread, Have a Heart. Elizabeta is cornered and knows the cops will arrest her any day, so it's fair to say she's a bit on edge. Meaning when Manny and his cameraman show up to try and film a bust for their program, well, she's not exactly in the mood.
I am not in the mood for this right now!
So yep, that's the end of them. And all the actual mission asks of us is to drive their bodies to a black market doctor. Well, this is one mission that is kinda just like I said in my worst missions video. You can have something interesting happen with this mission if you bump the car around intentionally to make the trunk open, and then also get seen by the cops, but other than that, it's just a drive from point A to point B. Mission complete. On to Algonquin. I mean, I've already done a mission there, but whatever, you know what I mean. But because I was trying to mix things up a bit, I decided to do the next Francis McCreary mission because why not? Normally, I would do all of the Playboy missions, but not this time. So Francis wants Nico to help him deal with yet more blackmailers. Well, actually no actual legal consequences this time. Much like Brucey, Francis is pretty clearly a closeted gay man, and so pretty much all of his missions end up being kill somebody who's blackmailing him because they know he's gay. It would be less tired if it hadn't literally already been done in this game, but moving on. Anyway, so we have to kill a lawyer this time, and that means things get a little bit complicated. Also, like the mission with Brucey, where you have to set up a date with French Tom, here I have to set up an interview with the lawyer's firm and then kill the guy during the interview. So all this mission is going to Algonquin's internet cafe and then applying for the interview on the website. Boom. Done. I literally get the call back within hours. I got an email a week ago from a company telling me I didn't get a job that I applied for more than a year ago. I freaking wish. So then I did another Brucey race and called it a night. But I wasn't going to lose the footage for this appointment mission, oh no. So the next time I booted up the game, I immediately went to buy a Nico a suit and then headed off to complete the mission. Now, usually when I do this mission, I shoot the guy and end up in a long, protracted firefight in the lobby, followed by a police chase. That would have been fun and all, but GTA 4 also lets you do things like this.
I wouldn't be here if you'd never hurt anyone.
And because nobody heard a thing, I guess, and he has no cameras in his office, I guess, I just grab the files, walk out the door, and voila, mission complete. Wow. I don't think I've ever done it that way. Cool. After some more antics, I eventually run into Hassan. Yeah, Hassan. I got an email from him earlier. He's the guy from the game's introductory cutscene. He went to Florida for a bit, I guess, but now he's back here in Liberty, making a living by selling handbags on the street. Well, he's been trying to get a green card so that he can live in America legitimately, and so he asks Nico to drive him to meet a guy who says he'll sell him one. Well, actually, he says, walk with me, but really he meant, dude, where's your car? Anyway, the guy is a racist, shocking, so we gotta chase him down and murder him to show him that immigrants are just as violent as anybody born in America. Drop Hassan off, and he pays Nico for the trouble, which is very nice of him. Then Roman and I go drinking again. I lose a door on my car, but that was probably just a dream. I'm sure it'll be back in the morning. Barely made it home alive, and then called it a night. Next time I played, it was finally time to tackle Playboy X's missions with Deconstruction for Beginners. This is also where we are introduced to Dwayne Forge, the man who used to be in X's position before he went to prison. Well, tensions between him and Playboy are immediate, since he shows up unannounced after making parole.
I called. Couple of times.
Man, hey, Dwayne, this is Nico.
Hey.
Nico Dwayne Forge. Taught me everything I know.
Psst, not everything.
Well, Dwayne's introduction is foreshadowing. Right now, though, it's all about another character who we won't actually get to meet until the game's second DLC, Yusuf Amir. Yusuf has a building development on the south side of Algonquin, and some Mafia construction workers have recently begun striking to prevent Yusuf from completing it. Or for other Mafia union reasons, I can't remember. Anyway, point is, Playboy sees an opportunity. We're going to head down there and take out all the Mafia union people so that work can resume. You know, after the lengthy police investigation, and Playboy can take credit with Yusuf. Well, for some reason, I want it to be different today, so instead of following Playboy up the lift, I tried sniping the guys on the cranes from the ground. Well, I neglected to figure the police into the equation because I am not very smart. Now, after some amusing back and forth, I did in fact make it back to the site, and then began tearing through the enemies. This is definitely a step up in terms of difficulty from most of what we've seen so far, though. There are dudes with pretty strong weapons everywhere. And I was doing good, killing people left and right, having a grand old time, when the last Union boss started to fly away in a helicopter. I started shooting, but, well... I think what happened is I shot down the heli successfully, only for it to crash into a nearby explosive barrel and kill me. So, I restarted the mission and did it the way the game wants me to, sniping the other snipers from on top of the nearby building, but then, as I'm walking across the street to the building site... Are you kidding me? This mission does not want to be completed, I guess. So instead of just trying that one again immediately, next I went and started the Packy McCreary mission thread in Dukes. I may end up doing this one to completion before actually moving on to Algonquin, simply because I know that one of these missions unlocks the assault rifles. At least I think so. Before that, though, I decided to swap my Darksaber for a bright red one, but then ended up getting that one damaged too, and getting the cops, so I reluctantly lost them at the paint spray, and got a new paint job in the process. Huh. Well, there is some delicious irony in that. Fine, the universe demands that I have a dark red saber, so be it. Anyway, harboring a grudge. In this mission, we get to meet Kate McCreary, and see sparks of her interest in Nico, and his in her. But this mission also will be introducing us to Ray Bacino, who is mentioned at the beginning, and will be seen at the end. The McCrearys used to be quite powerful as a crime family in their own right. These days, though, they mostly play second or realistically third fiddle to other, more powerful organizations, such as the Five Families. Today is no different. Packy and I are going to steal a shipment of pills to be sold on the black market, and it was Ray Bacino who tipped Packy off to the job for a cut. When we get down there, we have to first scale this building to reach the roof.
Place really wasn't made with us criminals in mind.
Are you sure about that? Kind of seems like it was made exactly with us in mind. And then we are given freedom as to how we go about initiating this fight. Now, I blame my years of playing shooters for programming my brain to think that any red barrel explodes because these did not. But I keep things nice and calm while I slowly and methodically pick everyone off and then move down to get the truck. But I keep getting shot down here by people I don't see. Eventually, I get the truck, wait for Packy to jump in, and then start making our escape. Now, 2 cars will always pursue you here, and eventually, Packy will hand you 5 grenades that you can use, in theory, to blow them up. but using grenades in cars has always been a very tricky art form. I've never been good at it. I eventually make it to the lockup, but I forgot it was literally right off the highway. Instead, I went all the way around, used the pay and spray, and then tried to drive to where I thought it was.
What am I? Invisible?
But yeah, it's actually just right here. So all of that was my own stupidity. I know. Who could have guessed? I jumped right into another mission after that, but for a different McCreary brother, Francis this time. And at least according to the cutscene, it's the last Francis mission, but it comes with a good payout, 5 Gs. So we have to kill yet another person for Francis to cover up his tracks. This is a mission that I distinctly remembered though. I drive down to the projects and have to find this Clarence guy at the top and take him out. Francis recommends not getting violent until you're on the 2nd floor, but I have never been able to figure out how to do that. As always, I check both staircases, and they're covered by dudes who will turn violent if you get too close. Maybe there's a 3rd staircase I'm not aware of, or maybe the game is just lying to me. I don't know. So things turn pretty dicey pretty quick. But I keep my cool and take advantage of the GTA 4 physics engine, which means if you shoot an NPC anywhere, they will stagger and be temporarily unable to shoot back. And eventually, I find Clarence, and I think there would have been a whole 3rd level of dudes to fight, but I stayed zoomed in the whole time and managed to kill him pretty unceremoniously. But the mission isn't quite over yet, as now I need to lose the cops. But eventually, I just barely make it into a pay and spray, and boom, mission complete. I went back to my Bohan apartment at this point because, yeah, I still live only in Bohan. I don't think I've ever gone this long without at least unlocking Playboy's apartment. Oop, spoilers. So I saved my game and then wandered outside. You got nothing to say?
Hey, you gotta listen to me. Come on, get up. You look what you don't see. Society is indeed. Suck it up and stay down.
And after my casual murder, I discovered that this door off to the left also opens up out onto the street. And in fact, you can even climb the staircases to the roof here too. Neat. But I'm not partial to taking the stairs back down. Don't do it. No, let him stay dead. Why? He doesn't need to be revived. Oh. Oh, he was just, here to use his ATM. Okay, bye. But then, after refilling my ammo, it was time to tackle the next Packy mission, Waste Not Whatnots. So, we get to hear a little bit more here about Packy's connection to Ray Bocchino and the Pecorino family in Alderney State. This job is once again a job that was given to Packy by Ray, thanks to his inside information. We're going to rob a mafia-controlled waste management place, which Packy is told contains a lucrative payday. We jump the fences, but before I even get a chance to gather my footing, our team starts firing like crazy. It turns into quite the battle outside. I swear the audio of gunfire is really starting to mess with me because with my headphones, I expect NPCs to be shooting from certain directions, but it doesn't always seem to be accurate. We push our way inside and start killing everybody in there as well, and eventually I make my way up top to grab the bag of money. As I was playing, though, I started to wonder if the game accounted for any failure states if I accidentally killed my allies. I don't always remember what the hell the other two look like, and consequently, I wondered what would happen if I shot one of them by accident. As we were leaving the place, I was being thrown off by the audio again, and ended up trying to kill this guy, but he just wouldn't die.
Nico, Jesus!
Oh, that's because he's my ally. Well, I suppose he's invincible then. Huh. I feel as though somehow this is my fault. But upon a restart, I was much more careful to only shoot bad guys, while also being a little bit more aggressive now. The game is really starting to step up the difficulty, so I can't always afford to be slow and deliberate now. Sometimes it's the Halo method of try again until it works. But this time, I make sure to actually move outside as quick as possible, which prevents the other two, Gordon and St. Michael, I think, from dying. Then Packy and I have to make our escape, but where the hell is this escape boat that he mentioned? It can't be the one out in the water. That's our escape? But I don't want to get in the water. Fine. From there, it's a simple float, to a nearby dock, and mission complete for a substantial payday of 8 Gs. Nice. But it's chump change compared to what's coming. Before that, though, I get a call from Packy shortly after the mission, which unlocks Kate as a dateable girlfriend. Well, not girlfriend. Kate has actual standards, and so we're just going to hang out. I honestly love how wholesome their first date is. I opt to keep it simple, fast food, and a short chat on the way home. I love Kate. She's so sweet. I always did before, but, well, now she is really becoming a favorite character of mine, much like Louise from Vice City Stories. It had been so long since I properly played GTA 4 and paid attention to Kate, but now she's even better for me and 1,000 times more relatable. Alright, it's time for a favorite mission for a lot of people, myself included, apparently, since I also put this one as one of the best missions in my video. But it has been a while, so let's see how well 3-Leaf Clover stacks up. Bought some new suits for Nico over at Perseus, and then headed down to Packy's to get started. So this is it, the big bank robbery, where we incidentally get half of the introduction for Ballad of Gay Tony, before it was re-recorded anyway. So Nico, Packy, St. Michael, and a new McCreary sibling, Derek, all go to the Bank of Liberty on Algonquin and hold the place up.
The PE-4 has been molded and is set to explode in 60 seconds. Now listen, people, we're your friends. Me and me brother here.
Why are you telling them we're brothers, you idiot? That's gonna make it hard for them to find us, isn't it?
I'm trying to be honest with these people. We put them through a lot today.
Fuck these people, fuck your cause. That shit's over. Ireland's not the only thing that's green. Dollars are too.
Now you said bloody Ireland. That's gonna narrow the search, ain't it?
Fuck you! Take the needle out your arm, then tell me what to do.
I'll let you tell me what to do when you stop shoving half of Bolivia up your nose every Saturday night.
Motherfucker! Fuck! We told you not to fuck with us! Shit! Michael! Saint fucking Michael! Fucking shit! Get the money! Me and my brother will watch the kids!
After Michael dies, I have to run downstairs and collect the money, and then once I get upstairs, the real mission begins. Now, this mission is great fun, but it isn't this amazing masterpiece as I remembered it. It's a little bit crazy and not always in a good way, and it's a lot more scripted than I would have preferred. It's all spectacle, basically. Now, it's all very good spectacle, but I think I actually prefer this simpler, more open-ended objectives to this craziness. And this might be why we got what we did in GTA 5, so perhaps this is where it all started. The big crazy job in previous games wasn't always obvious. There was a big bank job in Vice City, but one that could be pretty easily skipped or even missed by the player. There's a bank job in 3, but it's also nothing spectacular, and isn't played up to be so. There's the casino heist in San Andreas, which is actually where it all started, but, you know, I think I actually prefer that. This mission is still fun, but the setup involved in the casino missions for San Andreas, or the ones we got in 5, for that matter, I don't know, it's just more satisfying than robbing a bank randomly and being given more money than I could possibly ever spend in the game. So we keep moving, and cops just keep coming. At one point, I get stuck in the subways and didn't even realize the others had moved on. Holy shit, that was close. But then, finally, we reach the surface, and we just gotta lose the cops. Well, that was actually a lot easier said than done, but eventually I do lose them. $250,000. Yeah, that is nice. Guess I'll never have to worry about money in the game again, but it makes earning money from missions, well, kinda pointless. After this mission, I get a million phone calls, 3 of which are from Packy. I unlock him as a friend, and also unlock Ray Bacino, Gerald McCreary, and Derek McCreary, all as contacts. In fact, it seems completing that mission actually unlocked the 3rd island, Alderney, because that's where Derek is. So now I have a new goal in this sort of not really sequence break of mine. Unlock the 3rd apartment before either of the ones on Algonquin. I'm also going to try doing all of the McCreary and Ray Bacino missions. I'm basically just going to keep avoiding Playboy X's mission until I have nothing else in the game that it will let me do, just to see what happens. So I was going to go and explore Alderney after that, but right as I go to cross the bridge, Packy calls me to go bowling. Yeah, Packy, not Roman. And then when we go and I kick his ass, he says he hates bowling. Then why did you ask to go? He just hates losing, that's the truth. Oh, and by this point, I had found the perfect paint job for my saber, purple. It's not as vibrant a purple as I'd like, but I'll take what I can get. My other new goal is to hang on to this specific car and paint job until the end of the game. We'll see how well that goes, though. Next was the actual Last Francis mission in Lure, another one that I mentioned as one of the better missions in the game. Apparently, we didn't kill everybody we were supposed to during the last Francis mission. It's that classic GTA 3 bullshit again. So, once again, Francis needs us to find a guy and silence him to keep his reputation. This guy, though, isn't being protected by a crew of dudes. He's just chilling at his apartment. I go down there and enter a building on the opposite side, climb to the top, and then comes the fun part. You have to kill the guy by luring him to the window. Get it? By whatever means you'd like. Now, the fastest way is to just shoot his window or TV, and then when he checks, shoot him. But creative types can do things like zoom in real close to see his phone number. You can then call him like this, and... Boop. Mission complete. No more work for Frankie. After that, I stopped by the internet cafe again and decided to finally set up a date with one of the other dateable girlfriends. In this case, Law Chick, who actually sounds like she could be interesting. Hopefully the game reminds me though, because the date is for Monday and it's Wednesday. So anyway, then I went and did another McCreary mission, this time for Derek in his introductory job, SmackDown. Well, we've already been introduced to Derek, but well, this is what Derek is usually like. A complete mess. And he wants Nico to kill some guy named Bucky Sligo and his gang who betrayed him while he was in Ireland, or something like that. This is kind of like an evolved version of the mission for Brucey, which saw us stealing a police car and using it to find a guy. We once again have to do this, but I make the naive assumption that this time the game won't just give me a cop car, so I call 911. But, would you look at that? Not one, but 2 cop cars. Jeez, take the fun right out of it, why don't you? So then I use the car's computer to locate Bucky, who apparently hangs out at a burger shop in the north. So that's where I go. Now, what if he wasn't there? What if nobody was there? Why the fuck does he hang out at a burger shop? I know I'm overanalyzing the convenience and details here, but this does slightly annoy me though, because as soon as we get there, Bucky just happens to be leaving. How perfect. So then it's a little bit of a sloppy chase back to base, and 2 Bucky's boys at this big house. There's only like 4 of them inside though, and the real challenge ends up being losing the cops afterwards, since, well, now that I have an M16, I am a lot less careful and a lot less subtle. This video and all videos on my channel are brought to you in large part by the wonderful support of my patrons on patreon.com. An extra special thank you to my executive producer tier patrons, Ezra Hambrick, Mason Collin, Chuck K45, and King GTA 15, as well as my Walker Villain tier patron, Michael Vandenberg. Patrons at these tiers also have the option to promote a little bit of their own content, so this video is brought to you by Ezra's Let's Play channel, Scott Games 99, Mason Collins' podcast channel, We're About Everything, and Chuck K45's Upstart Farming channel. I release all videos a little early to patrons, and completely uncensored. I give you any of the original music tracks I've created for a given video, and for extra generous supporters, you can even reserve a slot for your favorite game in my ongoing series, The Game Vault. You'll also get to see your name in the credits of all videos that are produced while you're pledged, get access to a small patron-only Discord where you can easily speak with me or see little behind-the-scenes snippets, and you'll receive my eternal gratitude. Seriously, especially these days, those of you who support my work directly are absolutely incredible, and I can't properly express how grateful I am to you all. Thank you so much. Patreon.com/thecriminalhistorian. And finally, it was time for yet another different McCreary mission from the only one we haven't directly met yet, Gerald. Now, Gerald is, well, kind of a racist lunatic. I mean, so are a lot of the people in this game, but Gerald is, well, he's one of the worst. A truly awful human being, and thus the perfect employer for Nico. My first mission for him involves some good old-fashioned sabotage. We're going to kill an Ancelotti capo named Tony Black by rigging a bomb to his car and then blowing it up right after a meeting with the Albanians. Thus, hopefully making the Ancelottis think that it was the Albanians who attacked them, I think. These missions become increasingly difficult to follow. At least, it becomes increasingly difficult to follow the details amidst the web of so many different characters and factions. That's intentional, though. Nico isn't usually meant to understand these things, and so characters giving him jobs, only telling him what he needs to know, makes sense. Anyway, so I go and grab the bomb, put it on Tony's car, and then I have to follow them all the way back to the meet. It's a long, boring, tedious drive, but at least there's a nice big explosion at the end as a reward. After that, it's a simple matter of sniping the 4 remaining dudes or so down at the lot, and then as soon as the last one dies, I get a wanted level. How annoying. Lose that, and it's another mission complete. The next day, I actually did another little Jacob mission for the first time in a little while, since he texted me. But then it was right back into missions, and I gotta say, GTA 4, especially by the time that you reach the mid-game, practically becomes a Hitman game. Okay, you aren't given quite that much freedom in missions, but what I mean is, more so than any other GTA, I think, the latter half of 4 so often asks you to kill someone. Like, that is the main and primary objective. Nico becomes an assassin because he's good at it. Now, plenty of times, things are still a bit different, a bit GTA, but even if Nico doesn't actually do the most killing compared to some older protagonists, especially, he still ends up being one of the most lethal outright assassins. So our next mission is a murder for hire, but the twist is mostly an aesthetic/story one. Gerald wants Nico to continue creating a divide between the Albanians and the Ancelottis. this time by posing as an Albanian and murdering an Ancelotti capo, Frank Garone. So, Gerald gives us this guy's outfit, and then, well, I just gotta go kill him. This mission ends up being kind of anticlimactic. Like I said, it's all aesthetic. I didn't have to do anything to set up the disguise, like go and kill the Albanian discreetly or something like that. Nope, I am just given the outfit and a bike, and then I go kill him. Even more anticlimactic, he barely even makes an escape. I don't know how many players would, by this point, not have a full SMG every time they do a mission, but, well, when you do, sometimes it turns what are supposed to be dynamic chases into this. But by this point in my playthrough, I had lost a lot of the roleplay brain, as tends to happen when I play this game. There isn't really enough side activities, or they are a bit too repetitive, so I no longer feel like always going on dates or hangouts, when sometimes that means just a lot of driving. I'm not saying it isn't fun to drive. GTA 4 is a fun game to just be in, but sometimes you just want to get to the mission. Sometimes you just want to see what else there is to do, and not everybody wants to search the city high and low for freaking pigeons. So, instead it was on to a new mission giver, Ray Bacino, with the mission A Long Way to Fall. Like I said, half the time it's a straight assassination these days, and this one is no different. Nico's target this time is a man named Teddy Benavidez, who is holed up with some of his boys down at the projects. Well, we have seen this before, but there's some slight variation here to keep things interesting. When I go down there, Ray texts me a picture of a guy who should know where Teddy's apartment is. So Nico interrogates him and gets the room number, but the first time, I just left him and headed up to the apartment from there. Well, if you let the first guy live, he calls Teddy to let him know you're coming, and so as soon as you exit the elevator, shit gets real. Then it's more of my favorite, move and clear. With my assault rifle, I just move and always try to go for headshots, but it can get tricky if you move too fast and get caught by some of the guys waiting to ambush you in the staircases. After climbing a few floors, though, I reach the roof, and there's only one guy guarding Teddy up here, but I didn't want to just go down and trigger the cutscene. I wanted to see if I could do it from here by throwing a grenade. Well, the first throw was too high, but the second one... Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Climb, Nico, climb! So the second time around, I was a lot more impatient. I kill that one guy so that Teddy wouldn't know I was coming, but it still gets violent as soon as I exit the elevator. When I finally reached the top again, now I knew I could climb on top of this roof entrance, and... boop! Wow, now that was a long way to fall. Yes! Well, after that, I finally get a new side mission available through Brucey. That guy whose car we won earlier, that I lost at some point, Stevie, wants us to help him get some cars. Well, this is kind of like Brucey's exotic exports, but it sounds better. Stevie will just text me locations and a picture, and then I have to actually go do some searching to find the vehicle I'm after. I think I will at least like that better than car here, get car, bring back. But it's only like one extra step. We'll see. It's not time for those quite yet, though. Instead, I wanted to wrap up work for the McCreary brothers by tackling the next couple Derek missions. Starting with babysitting. Now, this mission is weird in how it starts. Sometimes characters will imply in cutscenes that they messaged Nico to set up the job beforehand, even if they didn't actually do so in-game. This is one of those, where somehow Nico just knows to meet Derek by this dock and is already on board for the job, whereas usually Nico takes some convincing, or rather, does some bartering for his services, since whoever he's talking to rarely has a lot of options. Anyway, we have to help Derek by protecting a Korean immigrant who is helping to manufacture counterfeit currency. This guy will actually be seen again later in a mission, but, well, under different circumstances. For now, though, we are his escort, and this is one of the game's first boat missions. Thank God there are not many of these. Though I will say that I think boat controls feel better in 4 than in 5. But I hate the boats in 5, especially the stupid dinghy. So a bunch of goons show up and start trying to kill Kim, and it becomes a chaotic shootout on the open water. At one point, Derek gives me a freaking RPG and says to blow up the chopper while he drives the boat, but he never actually does any driving, or boating. Still, I wonder if this means I've unlocked the RPG before the AK-47, because that would be kind of funny. Once all the attackers are dead, we simply finish the escort for another impressive, but ultimately worthless payday. Derek is going to shove all of the money he makes from the job right up his arm.
Only place for it, me boy. Only place for it. See you soon.
After that, I literally took a cab right to Derek's next mission, and final one I think, Tunnel of Death. Now, it was in this cutscene that it truly hit me how sad Derek was. Not entirely unsympathetic, but just the word that came to mind was pathetic. It's also never confirmed, but the people we kill for him, first Bucky Sligo, and now in this mission Aidan O'Malley, both claim it was Derek who sold them out. It kind of feels implied that they aren't wrong, but that doesn't matter. Derek does not strike me as the kind of person who would not sell out his friends for potential gain, but he would probably blame it on his substance abuse. His last lines to Nico in this cutscene, just, geez.
Please. Sure, Derek.
You and me. The same. The same. The same. We're the same, you and me.
So yeah, Aidan O'Malley, an old running buddy of Derek's, is getting moved from some police station in Algonquin to the Alderney State Correctional Facility, and we're going to break him out of prison by ambushing the convoy. And then we're going to kill him. But only after we've gotten away from the scene to make it look like an actual prison break and keep the heat off of Derek. So Packy tells me to go grab a truck with an RPG inside. Cool. And then the two of us block off the entrances of the tunnel between Algonquin and Alderney. This was always a cool setup, and I'm sure this scenario is straight out of a movie, but I can't remember which one. Anyway, it took me a second to remember that I had an RPG here because, as long as you're careful with it, it makes this first part a breeze. Then, just a little cleanup and we hop into the truck for the mission's real challenge, lose a 3-star wanted level in this slow-ass truck. Now, it takes me a while. I end up spending an absurd amount of time meandering around the docks, but eventually, I manage to escape, and thankfully, if you get out of the circle in GTA 4, you only have to stay out of it for a few seconds. Unlike GTA 5, which feels like an eternity on higher wanted levels. Then all I have to do is drive Aidan down to the cliffs of Leftwood, where we finally tell him who it was that paid for his prison break.
Out you come, old boy. The cliffs, the sea air. I really am free. I could cry. You've made me a happy man, boys. Now it's time to tell me who asked you to do this. Derek McCreary. He's my brother. Derek? But he ratted me out. He's the reason I ended up in that place to start with, the spineless... So you thought you'd talk about him? He's my brother, and guys like you are killing him. Nico, get rid of dear old Aidan.
And that's the end of that. Oh, and I realized after this that I had in fact unlocked the third safe house after completing the first Ray mission. This is weird, but cool. Hey wait, does anyone else hear that honking? Where is it coming from? Whatever. So I wanted to tackle some vigilante missions again, since I should now have 2 more islands of Liberty City's Most Wanted to complete. The first guy is found with a whole bunch of his buddies in this empty lot. I start throwing grenades at them to spice things up, but halfway through taking them down, I spot, oh fuck, that's not good. What? That doesn't make any sense, but okay. The second guy I went after, though, Now this was a whole event. So I started shooting a bit too early, and from what I can tell, in these vigilante missions, if you start shooting at bad guys within a certain radius of them, the cops are disabled, or at least won't come after you for shooting when they otherwise would. But like I said, I started shooting early, and while I did see this cop on my radar, I figured I could ignore him, and... What the actual fuck? What the fuck? Am I being hacked? Is this GTA Online and that cop is a modder? Because I swear I actually considered that for at least like half a second. Then I tried desperately to kill the baddies here, before getting killed by the cops myself, and then, just barely, by the seat of my pants, I kill the last one, which removes the cops no matter how many stars you have. Whew. So I continued to do vigilante missions for a while, but I had to reload my game again to fix my car, and when I went to meet Jacob, he despawned my cop car. But eventually I actually get back to playing and take down a few more wanted criminals. These are definitely fun, but it would be more fun if they had just a tiny bit more context, like if any of them had unique dialogue. The encounters start to get really fun though, but I wouldn't say every single one of them felt noteworthy, but this one got me. There's a dude held up at, I think, the very top of this bridge. Well, I was very low on health and testing my luck, but despite being very careful for quite a while, eventually my luck ran out. Later, while refilling my ammo, I decided just to see what would happen if I stabbed the gun shop owner to death after restocking. Incidentally, it got me the second-tier pistol early and it... Huh. That was rude. I totally forgot about that. But I got to keep the pistol. I call it a win. Took a cab to Chinatown and then walked my ass over to Little Italy to begin the next Ray mission. Why is everybody in this city so goddamn rude? Oh, right. Awkward. I wonder if starting a mission can save me here. Yep. So next, we have an important story mission. Kinda, sorta. But also kind of a really boring one. Taking in the trash is the first thread in the Diamond story that we explicitly see in the base game. Ray has since had the Lost MC steal diamonds off of Tony Prince and stash them in garbage bags around Algonquin. So, after meeting Johnny Klebitz' girlfriend, Ashley Butler, who told Ray about the diamonds, I gotta go meet 3 of Ray's buddies and be a garbage collector. Yay. No, seriously, that's what this mission is. Mostly just drive the garbage truck. There's a first collection spot, and then after the second collection, a single car shows up to harass us, but I just kill the driver and drive away, and that's it. No other NPCs or challenges really to speak of. The truck is also just really slow in this game. I mean, of course it is. It's a garbage truck, but the GTA 4 garbage truck feels so heavy and lumbering, and it isn't particularly fun to actually drive. But then just drop off Luca and his boys at the depot, and they claim they're going to sort through the bags and give Ray the diamonds. Good. I don't want to put my hands in garbage. No, thank you. That's all on you. Ray calls and seems concerned that they might betray him, but oh, come on, nah. These guys?
I sure hope we ain't lost any on the route. Things got shaken up pretty good back there.
They sure did, Luca. Here's hoping we can find them all.
See you around, Nicky.
I forgot to mention it, but yeah, I had collected that first car for Stevie, the Sultan in Alderney, so the next day, I decided to do his next mission and collect a voodoo in East Island City. Well, this one was really easy. I knew exactly where the photo was, so I placed a marker, took a chance, and what do you know? There it is. So then Packy and I hung out for a little bit and went to his show, since now I wasn't limited to Perestroika back in Broker. Instead, we went to a comedy club and saw an actual performance by Ricky Gervais. Wow, this is super awkward. I mean, the actual bit isn't very funny to me, but the mixing... I have been in clubs this size, and it would not be this quiet when jokes are told. It literally sounds like he's bombing the set. Maybe that's part of the joke? I don't think so, though. Just, it was bad, alright? In fact, it was so bad that when Packy and I took a cab home, we walked up to his house, and Nico just decided,
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.
Lucky for Packy, he was taking his sweet-ass time and thus just missed the explosion. So then I stole a pickup truck and started driving kind of like a maniac down to my next mission for Ray Bacino, Meltdown. So those totally trustworthy guys from Ray's last mission stole the diamonds from him. Shocking, I know. So now it also falls to Nico to get them back and ice the guys in the process. Get it? Well, that last part is implied, but pretty heavily implied, if you ask me. Anyway, we gotta drive over to where they are, just hanging out in their car. How does Ray know exactly where they are already? And all together, too, conveniently. Anyway, they aren't willing to just give the diamonds back, so it's a chase. Now, I definitely remembered having to replay this mission many times in the past, but I couldn't remember why. Seems easy, just shoot the guys out of the car and... Oh. Oops. Okay, let me try again. Okay, now see, I just gotta be careful and kill the driver, but... I can't get close enough and they just keep blowing up. Well, that's on purpose. And it was this mission that made me realize that yes, as I suspected earlier, I do think that missions, more often than not, are completely scripting the traffic. And always if there's supposed to be some kind of chase. Except in Radiant missions, like Vigilante or whatever, but I ran into the exact same taxi twice, and then just all of the unique vehicles, like a truck carrying logs that loses them in the chaos, it's all placed exactly, and just like GTA 5, you can't actually catch them because the game has a set ending in mind. You have to just follow them until they crash their car in Middle Park, and then you can kill them. But wait, 4 guys? Wasn't there 3, or am I just remembering wrong? There was 1 guy next to Nico in the truck and 2 in the back. Who is this poor 4th sap that just got caught up with these gentlemen and died for it? Oh, Luca!
Ray ain't gonna give you shit for helping him out, Nicky!
This time, stay away from me!
Anyway, after retrieving the diamonds, Nico calls Ray, who insists that he never asked for them to be killed, only for the diamonds to be retrieved. But come on, Ray, how the hell was that ever going to happen? Seriously? So I meet him on the bridge in Middle Park to give him the diamonds, and it's mission complete. But we certainly haven't seen the last of those rocks. That's for sure. Alright, this is a big one. Museum piece. So Nico meets Ray at his restaurant once again, and finally convinces him to actually help him find the person he's supposedly in Liberty City to find. And we finally get a name for that person, Florian Kravitch.
Florian fucking Kravitch? That's right!
But before that, we need to actually sell these diamonds that we worked so hard to get our hands on. And to do that, we're going to need to meet the guy from back in Bohan, Johnny Klevitz, one of the DLC protagonists at the museum near Middle Park. So this cutscene changes a bit as the years go on. Johnny changes outfits for one thing, and Louise's face starts to be fully modeled, but this scene is one that was revisited 2 more times over the course of the game's life. And so begins one of the game's first truly hard missions.
Come on, let's get inside.
Gentlemen, pardon the precautions. You know how things are.
No problem.
Let's do this.
Okay, let's see the stuff, gentlemen. Maury, come over here.
Whoa. Since we're having a little show and tell, let's see some money.
Of course, no problem. There it is. Beautiful, huh? Unmarked bills. No history, no need to launder.
Good. Nico, show him the stuff.
Get in there, Maury.
Isaac, look at them.
Gorgeous, huh? Like condensed money.
Isaac, these are great.
Oh! Rest of you motherfuckers wanna die? Do something stupid, okay? Fuck you!
Just get the shit, man! Come on!
The game just throws so many freaking enemies at you here that it's hard not to eventually get overwhelmed. if you're the least bit impatient. And this particular time, I was being impatient. Oh, god damn it! But after some recuperating from my embarrassment, I noticed that the heart icon for a date was actually still on the map. I didn't restart the mission though, so I guess she just auto-rescheduled? So Nico shows up to his date in a stolen car, calls her naive, and then takes her to an Italian, themed corner store? That's what this looks like. I've seen these. Maybe they've got like a little counter inside where they'll make you a sub or something in front of you, but not a great choice. I was tired. It was the end of the day. I'm blaming all of this on Nico. But then, despite saying she was enjoying getting to know Nico, she says this.
I didn't think there was any way I wouldn't enjoy being taken out, but this wasn't fun. Goodbye.
Goodbye, then.
Ouch. I mean, damn. The next day, I retrieved the next Stevie vehicle, which this time I had an exact location for, right down to the street corner. Kinda lame, but it did require more work paying attention to the street names than just following a marker. Then I got a call to hang out with Brucey. No. I have since decided that his bonus, which I said I would talk about when I unlock it, isn't worth it. It's helicopter rides. Yeah, I guess it is convenient to be able to get your hands on a helicopter, but meh. I don't really care that much right now. Maybe if I do later, I'll suffer through hanging out with Brucey, but for now, nah. Finally, though, it was back to try museum piece again, and this time, I would be careful. But honestly, this mission is actually a challenge. In fact, I am remembering more and more how much more involved GTA 4's combat is, in general, than 5's. In 4, your reticle will move as Nico does, meaning you have to compensate for where you will be aiming in order to shoot properly from cover. One thing that I am pretty sure was fixed by 5 though, and it's quite a glaring problem that gets me killed in this mission again, is the sound design. The audio, when using headphones, is really distracting because it doesn't seem to account for height. Now, I am not saying this is necessarily more realistic or less. I am not an acoustic engineer, as much as I wish I was. What I am saying is that, for gameplay, I am constantly second-guessing where enemies are, because where their bullets sound like they're coming from aren't always completely accurate. What I mean by height is that enemies below you shooting off to the side will sound like they're coming from the side, even if you're a level above them, and vice versa. So everything sounds like it's taking place on a single flat plane in terms of the audio. It's like surround, but not quadraphonic. I don't know, that's probably not right. It isn't the 70s anymore, but the point is, it's really annoying, and that's what I'm blaming for my death. I ended up dying again, but I failed twice more because, during one attempt, I murdered Isaac. Now, realistically, this should just make a mission that would come later completely unnecessary, but that's not how these things work. Instead, it's another instance of 4 feeling kinda like 5, because when I do shoot Isaac, everybody despawns and everything stops. It's awkward.
I can't stand this shit!
But finally, being very, very careful, using my sniper to have distance, picking off every enemy one at a time, and putting my head on a swivel, I eventually make it outside and take out all of Isaac's crew, who would otherwise chase after me. Now, from there, it's normally a simple escape of a 1-star wanted level, but the game does warn you, if you stick around, they will send in the cavalry. Well, I do almost lose my now 2-star wanted level, but make the mistake of returning to the museum, netting myself another star, and making the whole escape ordeal more complicated than it needed to be. When I do actually lose them, though, Nico calls Ray to let him know the deal didn't exactly go as planned, and Ray says to come and meet him. Now, I don't actually have to go and see Ray right away, it's a different mission. But sometimes when the game acts like the next mission should be urgent, I actually treat it as such. This one is kinda weird though, because when I do arrive, I am given the mission of taking out some bikers who are causing some trouble, while somebody else goes to retrieve the money, apparently. Well, it makes more sense, kinda, when we get to the Lost and Damned DLC, But actually, this mission involves killing a character from that DLC, Jim Fitzgerald, albeit before his face and voice actor and personality were completely changed. So I find the bikers just waiting around, and luckily, there's just a third bike waiting here for Nico so he can chase after them. Now, I naively thought maybe I would be able to catch and kill both of them really quickly, since they don't gain a ton of distance on me at first. I kill the first one, but then, ever so slowly, it dawns on me, Jim is invincible. This is straight up annoying bullshit. Again, I get why they want cinematic, but no, wait, actually, this one doesn't even have that, because there's no scripted cutscene or thing that has to happen, that the game needs to happen. No. Jim is just completely unkillable until an arbitrary point in the chase. You can waste as much ammo on him as you want, but he will not die. This is the stuff I thought had only become the norm by the time of GTA 5, but once again, I am reminded how wrong I am. Lame. Bad mission. Fun. The chase is okay, but only because I didn't fall off at any point, amazingly. Whatever. Let's go wrap up Ray's mission thread for good. So, like I said, this mission wouldn't be necessary if the game had just let me kill Isaac earlier, but now I actually have to kill him, and I remembered this mission also kinda being a challenge. Isaac and his protection are holed up at the Majestic Hotel. So I gotta head down there, and the game implies that there are a variety of ways to reach him at the top and do something, because it sets you loose in the lobby and lets you take the elevator yourself. But there's nothing particularly clever you can do here, or maybe there is, but I just don't know about it. So I just introduced myself. But again, because of the... Oh god, what happened? I'm on fire? And I'm burning? Oh god, this is what it's like, Tony. Whew! Okay, still alive. Now I just gotta be really slow, really deliberate, and just take my time. Alright, let's try again. Well, after the crash, when I booted up again, I didn't just jump right back into the mission. Instead, I decided to finally hang out with Kate again. We just went to Burger Shot because all I'm interested in is the unique conversation, not driving around the map a whole bunch. But I gotta say, it's been so long since I actually paid attention to Kate, and she and Nico are so cute. And because the McCrearys are everywhere, after that, I also went and hung out with Packy by playing some pool. Mostly because I never play pool in this game, despite liking it more than darts or bowling, because it's actually kinda hard. I lose, by the way. But then, finally, back to late checkout. Now, my second time through, I did look around to see if there were other options available to me, but as far as I can tell, there are not. It's weird because the game says, find a way, but really it should have just said, go use the elevator, but whatever. At the top floor, once again, I introduce myself, and then this time move even slower through the apartment. When I reach the first old guy, I actually spare him. Last time I think I thought that he was Isaac, but it's actually a totally different guy, and you can spare him, so I do. But the guy in the bedroom upstairs sends a girl out first, and I shoot out of instinct, because I would have spared her too, so I take out my frustration on him. But then I just have to kill 2 more guards, and Isaac, boop, and then escape the hotel. Wait, am I being shot at? By who? Are they outside? Okay, see, hold on a sec. Now listen to this clip here, specifically with headphones or stereo speakers, and pay attention. It sounds like the guy yelling is coming from off to the right? But he's actually in the complete opposite direction across the street. So I am not crazy or making this up. I think it was the guys down here in the dining room shooting at me, but they sounded like they were elsewhere, and it's really hard to train your brain to not follow the direction of the sound. But once I fully realize that, I take out the few remaining guards and then have to actually use the same elevator to escape. You would think the cops would have the exit completely barricaded by now. They've certainly had the time to, but nope. I just hop in my car, and it's an admittedly slightly annoying police chase later to reach my apartment and lose them by saving. Take that, Popo. Well, now it's finally time to tackle something that's been available for a while, a choice. Derek or Francis. It's not actually much of a choice, though. So Francis confronts Nico about having done work for Derek and says that now he's threatening to expose the family in an interview or something. Whatever. Francis has a lot of excuses, but the truth is he just never liked Derek and wants him dead. As much as I think Derek is himself kinda awful, Francis is clearly worse, though. So when the game gives me the option of killing one or the other, as usual, in pretty much every playthrough I've ever done, I choose Francis. To die, I mean. I kill him. Boop! There's nothing to do in this mission, though, just aim and shoot, basically, unless you're dumb enough to hang around afterwards and get the cops. And I think literally everyone on Earth had just been waiting with bated breath for the day that Francis died, because within hours, like by morning the next day, the funeral is already prepared. Wow. They must have gone to like the fast food equivalent of a funerary service, or whatever it's called. So this one is a bit more of an actual mission compared to the choice part, which is technically separate. In Undertaker here, you have to go to the church, attend Francis's funeral, or Derek's had you chosen him, and then, as the ceremony ends, the McCrearys get attacked by the Albanians because of everything Gerald paid Nico to do. But I do really good here. I take out almost everyone with headshots, the second group in the car don't even get the chance to get out, and the whole thing is over lightning quick. The last part, then, is driving the hearse to the graveyard with more Albanians in pursuit. They won't actually chase you all the way to the graves, though. I guess they, consider that going too far? I have no idea. But then we get to see Kate one more time, who is still, like most of the McCrearys, barely even bothered by Francis's death and the subsequent events that followed. But as I'm leaving, I get a call from another McCreary, Gerald, who got arrested the same night that I murdered Francis, apparently, and he used his one phone call to call me. How sweet. Well, not really. Now the second part of Jerry's thread opens up, and it's another that ties into the DLCs later. For now, though, I thought I would go do a mission for a new character who was only briefly introduced during the cutscene for No Way on the Subway, Phil Bell. Phil is a typical Italian mobster working for the Pegorino family in Alderney, and he, like any good mobster worth his pasta, has lots of work that needs doing. Work that Nico is perfect for. First up is yet another piece of multi-game storytelling in the Triad's Heroine. Now, this has been seen in the introduction of the base game anyway, but not actually interacted with by Nico until this point. The Triads have drugs inside a truck at a compound, so I gotta get my hands on it and bring it to Phil's nephew. Now, I remembered this mission being a hard one. I sat here for a while thinking about how exactly I might go about doing this. I considered blowing up everyone, but I could remember something happens with the truck as you get close to it, so I wanted to maybe try and snipe everyone. So I shot the first guy, and then tried to pick everyone off with my sniper, but... Oh, hello. Oh my, you're very close, aren't you? Ooh. But I was a bit frustrated at this death, so when I restarted, I decided I was going to blow off some steam by killing Ray Bacino early, since you get to see him leave right as the mission gives you control of Nico. Wait, what? Huh. Well, I am disgruntled. I don't even care. Arrest me, officers. Wait, don't I lose all my weapons when I get arrested? Fuck. Fuck it. I'm gonna try restarting anyway, and see if the game gives me guns. Nope, the game did not, in fact, give me any guns. I wonder if I can sneak up and over... Oh god, they see me. Okay, Nico, just move. Move. They can't get me up here, right? Wait, how do I get down, though? Oh shit, the truck is leaving. I remember now. Ah! Screw it. Wait. This little minigame usually gives me a little bit of trouble, actually, but this time I do it really quickly and take control of the truck. Then all that's left is delivering it to Phil's nephew at the big mansion, and boom, mission complete. Sadly, I lost the footage for this next bit, but after that, I got access to a new contact through Phil, this game's equivalent to the Mr. Black missions from Vice City or the Lester assassinations in 5. Nico can now take on a series of assassin jobs from a guy known only as The Fixer at a payphone in Alderney. I did the first 2 of these, Water Hazard and Dead End, but I unfortunately can't show you. The saddest part is that after that I hung out with Brucey, specifically so that I could launch our car into the water and then blow him up. He survived somehow and called me after, but I ignored him. Anyways, now onto some Fixer missions I can actually show you. Right before I start the next one, Brucey texts me. He was upset that I wouldn't answer his call and come pick him up at the hospital. You know, after I put him there using a rocket-propelled grenade 100% intentionally. Anyways, derelict target. So it sucks that I missed showing you the first 2, but at least it was only 2, because these Fixer missions are really fun. They feel just a little bit more fleshed out than the Vigilante Most Wanted missions, and while they don't have a ton of story, they have just enough to keep me interested, and the scenarios so far have all been pretty good. My next one involves infiltrating this multi-story building under construction and killing 3 different guys. Catch is, the third and final guy is all the way at the top, of course. So I start by sniping out the guys at the bottom, but you really gotta be careful of the police in these missions. I end up getting the cops involved, and one bold officer even tries to arrest me as I start making my way up. What is fun, though, is that the cops and bad guys will actively shoot at each other, so while it didn't get too crazy, at least one officer kinda joined the fray and was helping me out a little bit. Not really. One thing about the Fixer missions, though, is that when you do complete them, unlike the Most Wanted Vigilante missions, you don't lose your wanted level, so I ended up in this scenario. Oh shit, what do I do now? I don't want to climb all the way back down while fighting the cops the whole way. Screw this. Bon voyage. The next one asks me to take out a target just above the Booth Tunnel who is about to flee in a helicopter. I'm noticing that all of these so far are exclusively in Alderney. I'm kinda hoping there's a bunch of these and they eventually take me across the whole city, but I think there's only like 10. Guess I'll find out. So this one seemed pretty easy to cheat. The guy is planning to make an escape in a heli, so blow up the heli. Then just clean up his bodyguards and boom, mission complete. But again, the cops are on my tail now, so I grab the target's car and make it my own, and then use the tried and true method of losing the police by taking a nap. Works every time. I hung out with little Jacob for the first time in a while after that, and he talked about how one day, Badman will probably betray even him, as he gets more and more paranoid by the day. After that, it was right back into assassin jobs, since I'm really enjoying these so far. I am definitely starting to notice a lot of repetition here, though. The dialogue for all the assassinations is almost identical, and I will be sent to the same neighborhood on more than one occasion. This one, Industrial Action, sees me attacking some guys at the Actor Industrial Park, which does involve a little bit of planning. I had taken my special purple saber with me too this time, so I was risking losing it, but I parked it nice and close and then started to move in. All of these guys are camped up in various spots along the walkways, and it makes for a pretty good fight. I find it neat that when you or the NPCs accidentally shoot any of the pipes, flames will shoot out, but they never explode, thankfully. I managed to complete this one without getting any police attention too, so I think they work similarly to the wanted missions. As long as I start shooting within a certain radius of the encounter, cops won't come after me, I think. The next one was stupid easy though. Bailing Out for Good asks me to kill a guy coming out of the Alderney police station. Now, based on what I've done so far, I expected half the police force to come down on me, but just like I said in the last mission, as long as you initiate it close enough, the cops won't get involved, I guess. So I just sniped the guy, and instantly, mission complete. No cops. Huh. Kinda lame. So I jump right into another one. But see, once again, I am sent to the Actor Industrial Park next. These missions are fun, but I may have exaggerated them having more story than the Most Wanted Vigilante jobs. They're still good, don't get me wrong, but it's basically more of that, but a little bit harder. The next one, Rubdown, sees me interrupting some meeting using my RPG. But 2 of the bikers survive and flee, forcing me into a bit of a chase. But I take them down without even damaging my saber. Very nice. Let's keep going. Now, I was going to continue trying to do Steve vehicle missions for some extra money at this point, since I may have overstated 3-leaf clover giving you more money than you could possibly spend, but I couldn't find the burger shot he was referring to, and I was too lazy to just look it up or keep searching. And while searching, Roman actually called me to go bowling, so fuck it, why not? Let's go. It's weird still having to drive all the way to Bohan to pick him up and drop him off. We went to the bowling alley in Algonquin too, which I don't think I've ever used before. I got 2 turkeys.
I think that is a turkey.
After that, I went and hung out with Kate again, and for once, instead of going to Burger Shot, we went to Cluck and Bell. Very classy. But Kate was not digging any of my outfit. Girl, Nico totally pulls this outfit off. I don't know what you're talking about. But, feeling insulted, Nico then went home and returned to his default fresh-off-the-boat clothes. Time for some more assassinations. So this next one tasks me with taking out some convoy, and oh boy, this was intense. This may have been one of the most cinematic missions I've ever played in GTA, and all without a bunch of scripting. Just watch this. Holy shit, that was intense. Oh wait, there's a straggler. There we go, job done. And then, well, then I ran into a character I've known about but never actually encountered myself in a playthrough. Eddie Lowe. Now I briefly mentioned this guy in videos before, but this was my first actual experience playing this mission, I think. Eddie Lowe might be one of the most disturbing characters I've ever met in a video game. He isn't necessarily the most brutal because plenty of games have characters, even murderers, who kill way more people than Eddie is purported to have. But it's so terrifyingly real. I mean, it's still super exaggerated because GTA, but Eddie is just disturbing. And honestly, the way that Nico treats him, creeped out but still completely willing to help him clearly dispose of bodies and then seek out a new victim, this dramatically changed my perspective on Nico Bellic. Like, a lot. This says a lot about Nico. I know there is a second encounter where I get the chance to kill Eddie, but if Nico is as good a person as so many people attempt to convince themselves he is, myself included in the past, then he would have run far away from this man before helping him do anything. Nico doesn't even need the pitiful sum that he pays him, so what is his excuse? How is Nico really any better in the long run than this psycho if he's willing to help him, and the most he does is cast some slight judgment and tell him to stop being creepy? This encounter, oh boy, it's changed the way I look at GTA 4's story, honestly. But then it was right back into assassinations with hook, line, and sinker. This is another one I thought was going to be tricky, but turned out not to be. Oh, and right before starting this one, I wanted to try and get my car in a shade of pink, because I'd seen that one on the streets before. Well, first try, baby. Now I have the cars that I like and plan to keep for the rest of the game. So far so good on the Sabre. Now let's see if I can hold on to this one too. Anyway, the mission is just drive out to the water, and then the game expects you to get in a boat and chase after the target, I think. But lucky for me, they are just close enough to still be shot at from the shore, so boop. And that is actually, sadly, the very last fixer job. No more assassinations as I suspected, so they all pretty much exclusively take place in Alderney. A bit of a letdown, but they were still fun. Well, I'm getting towards the end of the game, sort of, but I'm taking such a weird path, having put Playboy X on hold since I learned the mission photo shoot for him is what unlocks a bunch of things. Hell, I still have the first phone that Roman gave me after the second mission. The next time I played, I wanted to rapid-fire take down a bunch of the game's random encounters. I'm not going for 100%, mostly because I refuse to do those fucking pigeons, but I will do all the encounters. So I went to City Hall on Algonquin and found a character who actually reappears in GTA 5, Marnie Allen. Yeah, this is how she began, as a junkie offering herself for money to pay for her habit. Well, Nico sometimes has a good heart, as Marnie says. Of course, she hasn't seen him help Eddie Lowe. So I just drive Marnie over to her dealer and that's it. Nico even gives her some money because he's such a nice guy. Then I went back to Firefly Island in Broker for an encounter with the late Mikhail Faustin's wife, Ileyna. She is now living in a one-room apartment with her daughter Anna, whose boyfriend Nico killed, and her father, but that's beside the point. Now Ileyna asks Nico to help one more time by taking care of some slimeball, who's trying to turn Anna into a prostitute. Now, she says nothing about where he would be. Anna isn't there, but somehow I still go right to this guy just chilling on the street. I get into a fight with him, but as I'm about to finish, the cops try to arrest me. Luckily, I was close enough to finish the fight with one more punch, after breaking out of the cops' hold and getting a second star. Completing the encounter gets rid of the cops, though, thankfully. Then I went to Star Junction to run into a guy trying to sell his records, Pathos. Now, this is the first encounter of 2, I believe, but all we do here is help him to beat up some guys who are talking crap about his music. Well, I'm fine with that. Always willing to help a fellow musician. Next was the second encounter with Sarah, that woman whose husband I beat up. Well, apparently she doesn't remember that, and asks Nico, whom she doesn't remember at all, to help her by getting something from Perseus across town. Well, Nico isn't exactly interested, but she berates him into accepting, and he does, for some reason. When I get there, the guy at Perseus says I have to pay for it too, and I consider just walking out then and there. But then his clones surrounded me, and I started to get a bad feeling they would murder me if I said no. So I bought the stupid whatever it is and brought it back to Sarah. She was actually nice enough to reimburse Nico for the effort, though, and pay him an additional $500, so she's a woman of her word. But then it was time to deal with Eddie. I'm not even going to play any of his clips because of how creepy he is, but basically Nico runs into him a second time, and fairly quickly, Eddie gets violent. But I am not about playing fair with a psycho like this, so... Where'd it go? Is the body gone? Good. It was finally time, though, to return to main missions for a little while. And next was Gerald's second thread from inside the Alderney State Correctional Facility. Well, due to being inside, he can't exactly say what he really means, but once we call Packy outside, he fills us in on Jerry's latest scheme. He is going to kidnap the daughter of the Ancelotti crime family's boss. Her name is Gracie. Well, he isn't going to kidnap her himself, obviously, due to the whole prison thing, and neither is Packy, since, as he says, someone has to stay with their mother. So it falls to Nico once again. Now, in order to initiate the second part of the mission, you have to first go online and attempt to set up a viewing to buy Gracie's pink Feltzer. I don't know if they changed this, but I seem to remember this working more like those timed missions for Brucey or Francis, where she had to get back to you and set up an appointment to view the car. But actually, I immediately get her number and I can call her to set up the meeting. That's nice. So I meet Gracie, who is instantly interested in Nico due to his accent, and for a little while, I pretend that we're just going for a test drive. Eventually, though, I have to turn around and start heading for the safe house. Instead of just knocking her out right away, though, Nico flat out tells her he is kidnapping her, and so, unsurprisingly, she starts fighting back. She messes with the wheel, punches Nico a bunch, and hey, whoa, what? Fuck. Could you maybe stay in the car while I flip it? Yeah, I didn't think so. So yeah, you gotta be really careful here, but I don't think it's safe to just stop the car because she will probably just get out. Instead, you have to drive just slow enough that she can't flip the whole freaking car over until Nico finally punches her and knocks her out. You know, we're deep enough into the video now that I feel like saying this, but Nico is such a massive hypocrite. This was something I already knew, but it's becoming clearer and clearer just how true it is. His encounter with Eddie, the way he treats Gracie, among many other things. Like, he's annoyed that she has the audacity to fight back from being kidnapped? He has oddly no sympathy for her because she's, again, being annoying as she's being fucking kidnapped. The way he acts here feels more like how Packy would act, or other protagonists in the series maybe. But I think that Nico is just a much more morally conflicted person than I once thought. He can be a real piece of shit. I mean, no shit, he's fine with kidnapping an innocent woman, but will help another one on the street while acting at least a little bit self-righteous. Not quite Victor Vance levels of self-righteous, but still. I finally drop her off, but Nico may not be interested in owning a pink convertible, but I so am. So I murder the guy meant to destroy her car as evidence, who is possibly, apparently, according to some of the wiki nerds, Steve. Like vehicle car theft Steve. Well, if that is the case, Steve is dead, and I am now the proud owner of 2 pink cars in the game. Wonderful. Alright, time to move on to the game's third act. Before I've actually completed the second one. Well, I don't know, it's all arbitrary, but the point is Jimmy Pecorino. So we've worked for Ray Bacino, we've worked for Phil Bell, now it's time to work for their boss, the Alderney mob boss, who isn't respected by the 5 families of Algonquin. Well, his first job involves a meeting with one of those families in an attempt to buy his way onto the commission. He isn't naive about the possibility of it working, though, which makes me wonder why he even bothered at all. Anyways, I had a bad feeling about this mission. I remember distinctly having to replay it more than once, several times actually, to get the footage for videos in the past, but I couldn't remember specifically why. So Nico is given a sniper perch, and we have to watch the meet, Guardian Angel style. When the meet inevitably turns sideways, I then have to dispatch the first group holding down the peg before moving in to help him. But, what is this? The guy is literally behind a pole and I can't get him. What am I supposed to do? I guess I'll try running down to save him. Come on, Nico. Go faster! Yep. This is not a good omen. Second try, I kill all of the initial ambushers, and then move down to take out the second group. That goes well enough, nothing too hard, but when I start the mission's next section, I started to get that bad feeling again. I try to take out all the Pavanos in the car, but just like that mission for Ray chasing Luca's crew, you can't actually kill them in their car, and trying to do so will result in that. So, third time's the charm. Actually, I took out some rage and killed both Marco and the other guy, whose name I forget right now. Then I went in for my 5th time. This time I do everything correctly, and then simply follow the Pavanos very closely as they escape. I do manage to shorten the mission a little bit, since I am pretty sure they run up onto the industrial catwalks after this, if you haven't been keeping up with them, but they become vulnerable as soon as they stop their car, and I am right on their ass, so I kill all of them right then and there. Whew. I can't believe I didn't mention this one in my worst missions list. At least so far, this is definitely one of my least favorite, and right about now, I am really missing the mission replay system in GTA 5. Well, it's time to hit back at the Pavanos for betraying Jimmy, so in the next mission, Payback, I had to drive down to a diner and then follow some goons to a meet. Well, I say follow, but this is actually a chase right from the start. However, that means scripted traffic, and by this point, I had learned how to deal with GTA 4 chases, and it's kind of unfortunate. The key is to drive slow. Well, that's boring. But yeah, in a lot of chases, if you just drive slow enough that you don't lose the target, you'll often have the least amount of problems. I watched the Pavanos cause way more chaos with their driving than an NPC would otherwise be able to cause driving like that in normal gameplay, and eventually they lead me back to their meet at a car dealership near where I first met Eddie Lowe. So I pull out my RPG and get to work. But I was perhaps a bit overzealous. I got the cops involved sooner than I should have, and was trying to rush through this a bit too much, and, well, I paid the price for it. So, on my second run, I only blew up one car, and then let the dominoes fall as a bunch of the others caught fire and helped deal with the enemies. Once everyone was dead, I just had to lose my wanted level, and, well, since they are really literal about the cops just not seeing you enter, I am able to escape with minimal hassle. I am certainly having to restart missions a lot more these days than earlier. Things are heating up. I have a new goal, though. I wonder if I can complete the John Gravelli missions before the ULP ones. So then Kate called and asked to hang out, and I always have time for Kate. I take my new pink Feltzer, and we go do our usual thing of grabbing some terrible fast food and chatting about life. I can't get over how wholesome and sweet they are. If only Kate knew the extent of Nico's crimes, though. I think she would lose sympathy rather quick. Next, it was time for a Phil Bell mission, Catch the Wave. Now, normally, I think Nico would have learned about Florian from Ray, but by now, in my continuity, he hasn't. So it makes actually kinda more sense for Nico to be so harsh on Ray, since he hasn't even held up his end of the bargain. Anyways, this mission sees us helping Phil intercept a Russian coke shipment at the docks. We go in by truck and pretend like everything is gonna go smoothly for about 10 seconds, before things get loud. The rest is relatively simple. Empty out the warehouse, but the audio of enemies' weapons is really starting to annoy me at this point. But when we clear the place out, the next objective is to grab a boat and follow Phil. Oh joy, a boating mission. 2 boats appear from the other side of a barge as we're escaping, and I have to deal with them, but that is the only interesting thing that happens in this section. The rest is a long, rather boring boat ride to the drop-off point. Not a particularly fun one, not awful, but very meh. I wanted to get through all of the Phil missions, so next up was Trespass. And I think this is another one that I listed before as among the game's best. That may have been a slight exaggeration, but it certainly isn't a bad mission. I have to infiltrate this old factory and take out a guy who knows about the Pegorinos' recent acquisition of some coke out of Vice City. Now, the cool part about this mission is that you are given 2 different possible routes to take explicitly, the loud or quiet option. But I say that it may have been an exaggeration to place this among the game's best missions, because that choice is a lot more hollow than I remembered. Because there really isn't much of a stealth system in GTA 4, even if you manage to avoid alerting people, you're never going to be able to actually sneak through sections by getting only knife kills or something. So even if you take the lower entrance, as soon as you start shooting, things are going to get loud. I guess this does give me the opportunity to get a nice clean first shot, but I probably could have done that just as well with an RPG to the front door. From there, it's a straight enemy gauntlet. This is pretty tricky though as you move up the floors. Thanks to GTA 4's wonderful directional audio, I start to use my Molotovs here a bit and actually manage to not set myself on fire, but I run into some more instances of the mission being longer than it looks like it could be. I could have easily killed Charles here several times, but the game won't actually let me kill him until I reach a certain point. That point is when Charles tries to escape by grabbing onto the skids of a helicopter. Now, if I had any RPG ammo, I would have just blown it right out of the sky, but I realized recently from my failure on the mission Payback that you don't get any of your ammo back on a mission restart, which sucks. But even if I did have an RPG, it wouldn't have actually just blown up the chopper. Once you damage it enough, it triggers a cutscene where it crashes into the building and Charles finally dies. A good mission for sure, but maybe not as amazing as I remembered it. But next was the last Phil mission, and a rather important story one, To Live and Die in Alderney. It's finally time to move that H Phil had us steal from the Triads a while ago. It's just been sitting at that big empty house, watched over by Phil's nephew. But Phil naively assumes everything will be fine. Of course it won't, that will be boring. So when we get there, the cops show up almost immediately. I find it funny though how long it actually takes them to react to the sirens. Watch.
I don't know, this don't feel right.
Also, they're just moving the drugs in the bags that they put in the car, so why exactly did they already have several AK-47s loaded into the back too? I mean, I know why, for the middle part of the mission, but like, in-game, or in-universe, why? So we then have to follow Phil in his crappy car for a while cops harass us the whole time. This part is mostly just a typical 4 chase with a bunch of scripted traffic, but it does become quite difficult, and a tiny bit stressful, when I lose both of my back tires. I make it though, eventually, and then we have to switch to on foot. Luckily, it's not a long walk to our next vehicle, a slow-ass van. The game prompts me to blow up a helicopter first, and I try, but screw it. We need to get the hell out of here. Thank God for pay and spray. We drop off the product at a safe place, and normally, this would be setting us up for the game's final act. But in this weird playthrough, I still have a ton of crap to do before we come back to this much later. But since they didn't actually unload the van, does that mean I have all of the drugs now? Alright, cool. Guess I'm keeping them. Then it was on to the last Jimmy mission that I can do for now, Flatline. Somebody I haven't mentioned, but who's been seen in both of Jimmy's cutscenes so far, is Anthony, his doorman. Well, Jimmy was constantly making fun of the guy for being dumb, and joking about hiring Nico to kill him, and even Jimmy's wife treated him like an idiot, so it's maybe no surprise that he started talking to the police, and wearing a wire. Well, Jimmy called him to confront him about it, and Anthony had a freaking heart attack on the phone. Now, he's in intensive care, under intensive supervision by Alderney's finest. So we know exactly what we have to do. Now, you do have the option, if you're crazy, to run in guns blazing, but there's no need to do that. As long as you walk in with your weapon concealed, they won't stop you until you reach... here, I guess. Uh-oh. Well, time to die, Anthony. Sorry we can't chat. Yeah, so I think there may have been a subtler, easier way to do this, but, well, clearly that wasn't in the cards for me, this time around anyway. But it's not particularly difficult to make my way back out of the hospital. I do struggle a bit with losing the cops because my dumbass escaped in a cop car, which can't go to the pay and spray, obviously, but eventually I lose them, and that's mission complete. Alright, I am finally done with my third act detour. There's not much of anything I can do anymore besides side missions and hangouts, so it's time, finally, to return to Mr. Playboy X and finish Deconstruction for Beginners. So I actually take out the snipers from on top of the opposite roof, like I'm supposed to, then I head into the site on foot, and this time I'm armed with the game's full arsenal too, so that's good. I make my way through the ground floor, taking out the first guy, and then start tossing grenades onto the second floor, trying to get lucky and take out the second one. Eventually, I reach the little cutscene that introduces grenades, and then use them to clear the second guy. But the third guy was who I was really worried about, because he can escape in a helicopter. Now, I tried to prevent that outcome by blowing up the chopper, but it started flying away literally right as I fired? But the guy isn't moving. Wait, did he not get in the chopper? Alright. Cool, I guess. Wait, where is he? Oh, found him. Boop! There we go, finally. While refilling my ammo after the mission, Playboy calls me and unlocks Dwayne as a mission contact too. So, since I knew that Playboy's next mission was going to unlock a bunch of things, I decided to continue delaying it and went right into Dwayne's mission thread. Playboy literally pays Nico to spend time with Dwayne, fresh out of prison, but pretty quickly Nico develops an affinity for the ex-con, seeing a lot of himself in Playboy's former mentor. Dwayne confides to Nico that his ex-girlfriend, that he has been helping support while he was in prison, has been seeing a man he's told is responsible for his being locked up. Nico offers to collect the money they both owe him, and we are given another of the game's missions with a deliberate choice. When I arrive at the arcade where Dwayne's ex, Charisse, and this guy, Javon, hang out, I am given the option of killing her or letting her live. Well, I probably would have let them both live if they had given back this money owed to Dwayne, but the guy runs away, jumps on his bike, and more importantly, fires his gun at me. I was never even considering killing Charisse here, though. What the hell for? It would be completely pointless. But chasing him down is a relatively simple task. I had nothing against this guy in particular, but I think Nico did. I bring the money back to Dwayne, who is happy Charisse is still alive, and then I take my real reward home with me, Javon's bike. But then it was directly into the second and final solo Dwayne mission, Undressed to Kill. So Dwayne asks Nico to help him retake a club that used to be under his management before he went to prison. It's one of only 2 strip clubs in the whole city, which seems very unlikely, but sure. The Triangle Club in Bohan, which Nico has visited a few times. It was during this mission that I started to think about the dynamic between Playboy and Dwayne a little bit, since I knew there was another major choice coming up. Dwayne is pathetic. I mean, so is Playboy for a variety of reasons, but most of them are different reasons. I think it's actually this mission's premise which makes me lose a lot of respect for Dwayne. In a lot of ways, Dwayne is presented as a sympathetic former psychopath, sort of like Nico, just minus the whole former part. And since he never outright asks you to kill Charisse and is pleased when she lives, his introduction keeps him as sympathetic and as a man who made a lot of mistakes but is tired of playing the pointless game, who maybe is starting to see the futility of this life that they live. And then he asks Nico to shoot up a strip club. I mean, I guess he doesn't say that, but he asks to help take it back, and what else could that consist of when the place is controlled by a gang? Specifically, a gang connected to Playboy, but Nico doesn't know that yet. Anyway, at the club, I have to kill the 3 managers. You're meant to go in subtle and listen to conversations, but I had completely forgotten that, and just went in guns blazing. But I keep forgetting this isn't GTA 5, and holy crap, sometimes it is so easy to die in this game. I'm really wishing I had been playing on speakers too, because now that I know about the directional audio bullshit, I'm realizing how often it screws me up in firefights. Like seriously, all the time. You can't rely on your ears when you're fighting in this game. It will get you killed over and over again. Also, there is just really bad feedback on when you're being shot and where you're being shot from. So, my second time around, I just started stabbing people. I get away with murdering the bouncer, and I know the first of the 3 managers is in this side room, so stabby, 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 and then I have to start looking for the other 2. Alright, I'm pretty sure they're back here. Let's try keeping up with the stealth thing. Okay. Stabby, 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 and then back here. Gloves come off. Everybody dies. Now, I may have shot one of the strippers, but she didn't die, so it's fine. Probably. But the last guy tries to run away, and I am just barely quick enough to gun him down at the door before he can exit the building. and probably start a long, tedious chase. That, or the mission would just fail outright. Well, I lose the cops afterwards, since things did get a bit crazy in there, but as I get back to Algonquin, Playboy calls to ask if it was Nico that shot up the club in Bohan. Yep. Absolutely. Well, he isn't happy about that, but thanks to the weird order of missions that I've been doing, it kinda doesn't hit home as hard when 2 seconds later, I'm up at his apartment and he's acting like everything is fine. I like screwing with a timeline like this. Alright, time for photo shoot. This is the mission which both unlocks the camera phone, and in this case will also unlock the ultimatum between Dwayne and Playboy, since this is his last solo mission. So Playboy is a man very, very concerned with what other people say about him. So he wants Nico to murder a guy who's been talking shit about him, but his description is less than helpful. So we gotta head down there to where he hangs out, take a picture, and then Playboy will point out which one he is. Yeah, except I know he's one of these guys, and I also know they all have guns, so I'll do it my way. And I completely skip over the text telling me his name, yet Nico still somehow telepathically knows the guy's name. How spooky. But now I have a phone with a camera.
Welcome to the world of tomorrow!
To wrap up that session, I also got a call from Packy saying that it was time to go and see Gracie Ancelotti and take a picture of her for the ransom. Now this was super uncomfortable.
You've been missing?
Like I actually forgot that I had to do this, and it grosses me out. I will talk more about the Gracie kidnapping later, but for now, yeah, this was weird. Not a fan. Before starting the next Playboy mission, which is really just a cutscene, I also got a call from Ray Bacino telling Nico that he needs to get back the diamonds to square away their transaction. Well, the timing on that is a little awkward given my weird mission order, but as Nico says,
we're already square.
But now it's time for the choice. I go see Playboy, and after a meandering conversation, it eventually lands on the topic of Dwayne's interference with Playboy's business interests. In other words, the club attack. Now, Playboy also claims that he offered Dwayne half of his business, and I don't really think he's lying. Now, in the past, I have kind of always thought of Playboy as the obvious wrong party in this situation, and Dwayne as the underdog who I sympathize with entirely. This is how Nico tends to think about it after all, and he sees himself in Dwayne, not in Playboy. But as I'm leaving the apartment, and Nico thinks about his decision, Dwayne also calls and asks Nico to kill Playboy first. He does this, having no knowledge of Playboy sanctioning his murder first, and having just attacked a club that he actually never owned, or paid somebody to attack it anyway, and after having been offered half of the business, apparently, I ultimately decided to do what I think Nico probably would, in my opinion anyway, and kill Playboy, but I no longer see it as black and white as I once did. Both of these men are awful for their own reasons. Dwayne has some perspective and introspection now, but it seems likely that he was exactly like Playboy when he was his age, just with less phony ambitions about being a community leader, perhaps. Point is, Dwayne is not some good guy. Anyway, killing Playboy means confronting him directly, because Nico always does it like this. How he does this and doesn't get immediately killed is entirely down to gaminess, but whatever. Now, I'm in the apartment, and Playboy makes a run for it, and I gotta take out his goons first. Then it's a chase down the stairs and onto the street. Playboy normally runs into an alley, and I think there's some dialogue between him and Nico, but I ain't got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Now, I used to kill Playboy every time for the apartment you get. This time, though, I didn't actually care about the apartment, but I did care about this, the Claude outfit. I love it. Not changing this until the game is over. Also, I like that they actually explain how the hell Nico just claims ownership of the penthouse, something which just made zero sense in games like Vice City, where I guess the laws are still medieval. Might makes right, I guess. Dwayne had the deed to the penthouse since it was actually him from before he went inside who owned it. See, that actually makes sense. Nice detail. Alright, now let's talk about the Gracie kidnapping. With the next Gerald mission, she's a keeper. So, in this mission, all I have to do is collect Gracie and move her to a new safe house. This time with her in the trunk. Now, a running gag with Gracie, which is present in this mission, and all missions that she's in the base game, is that the real people being tortured here are the kidnappers, having to put up with her being annoying. This isn't even just played as commentary on how awful Nico and his friends actually are. No, it's played completely straight, and the game tries to make the player feel the same way with how Gracie disrupts your driving when first abducting her. So, like, there's these jokey conversations between Packy, Nico, and Gracie in the car on the way to the new safe house, and it's all just not funny to me. I think the part that makes me the most uncomfortable is that I have probably been amused by it before, and plenty of people probably still are. Look, this game is from a long time ago, but everything about the abduction of Gracie makes me super uncomfortable. The way the game treats her, the way the player/Nico treats her, the casual misogyny, it's all just really gross. If that makes you uncomfortable, well, I'm sorry, but not really. This didn't feel like the game trying to make some statement, like the torture scenes in GTA 5. It just felt like mean-spirited cruelty. And no, Gracie being annoying is not enough justification of literally anything that's done to her. Yes, she's annoying. So is Brucey. A lot more annoying, in fact. Him I'm expected to hang out with, though? No. When Nico woke up the next morning, though, it was time for a mission that really should have happened a long time ago. Hostile negotiation. I have really screwed with the flow of the story by skipping photo shoot for as long as I did. Oh well. So, Roman has been kidnapped by the Russians. It's all an attempt to kill Nico, but, well, Nico learns about where Roman is being held from Mallory, and it isn't exactly going to go down the way that the Russians expect. This is quite a difficult but fun mission. Like most of the more intense missions in 4, it's mostly just an enemy gauntlet again though, and again, the goal is to ascend while killing everyone in my path. I notice more and more though that the enemies will just spawn, sometimes right in front of me, and it can be a bit frustrating sometimes. I much prefer it when the game gives me a scenario and asks me to get through it, rather than placing each obstacle in front of me one at a time and making sure I jump over every single hoop, or through every single hoop, before I'm allowed to proceed. Eventually, I reach the top of the warehouse and there's a guy holding Roman. A well-placed headshot and our cousin is safe again. Then it's a climb down and a drive home for a cutscene which makes significantly less sense than it's supposed to because of the missions I've done. Nico mentions Darko Brevic here, even though he literally hasn't brought him up before this, or Florian, ever. So yeah, those are the two people Nico is here in Liberty City to find, but normally they would have both come up before this scene. After this mission, I will unlock the Algonquin apartment, finally, and since I just unlocked Playboys, that will be all of the safe houses unlocked. It feels weird because I've already done so much of the third act of Alderney missions, but we're only now approaching the true end of the game. So it's appropriate that this next mission is the conclusion of a mission thread that spans the base game and both of the game's DLCs, Diamonds or Girl's Best Friend. So we go with Packy and meet Gay Tony and Luis Lopez at the sewage plant on one of these smaller islands. We exchange Gracie for the diamonds, and at first, it seems like everything worked out. That is until Ray Bulgarin shows up again. Do you remember Ray? Well, you probably don't if you're new to GTA 4, but he was the guy who made a single appearance at the end of Act 1, a friend of Dmitry Raskolov who knew Nico from back in Europe. Actually, one of the main reasons that Nico flees to America. Well, the diamonds are his, as it turns out, and so now Packy and Nico have to fight for their lives to get them back against a whole horde of Bulgarin's men. During this fight, I start to really develop a liking for the sniper rifle, which when used correctly can sometimes really shorten these long and sometimes frustrating battles. Slowly but surely, Packy and Nico close in on the guy who apparently has the diamonds, but I don't actually understand how neither Nico or Packy grabbed them, like right at the end of the cutscene. They were right there, literally next to Packy's feet. Why didn't he just bend down and... whatever. We catch the guy on the bridge and, well...
Trapped! We'll let you go if you give him up! I'm screwed either way. If I don't give you the diamonds, you kill me here and you take them. I do give you the diamonds, Mr. Bulgarian kills me later. I don't nobody having them. Screw all of you.
Jebeno isto.
You selfish piece of cock-sucking shit!
Well, after losing the diamonds, I get a call from Roman unlocking the final safe house. It's quite nice. Too bad I'm almost done with the game. Dimitri calls me to taunt me after that, but because of my mission order, he actually calls me back like 2 minutes later, reminding me that it's him, just to taunt me again. What a guy. And now, finally, it's time to work for the devil. I mean the CIA. I mean the IAA. Whatever. I freaking despise that acronym. It's so annoying to pronounce. So we get to see Michelle again for the first time in quite a while, actually. Well, actually, her name is Karen, and Karen works for a man named Bernard. Not that we actually learn that in this game. Mr. Mysterious, aka Agent ULP, aka Bernie. No, wait, there's already a Bernie. So we'll stick with ULP. ULP here wants Nico to help the government fight terrorism. Or, you know, that's the story, anyways. We're going after people I think are connected to Dmitry Raskolov and the Russians in general, but it doesn't really matter all that much. Not to Nico, not to ULP, and not to most players. So I have to head over to Hove Beach and investigate the apartment of this guy he wants me to find, Oleg Minkov. I can read his emails, and through them, learn that he'll be meeting someone nearby Roman's old cab depot. Well, my lazy ass cabbed there, even though it wasn't that far, so I got to see a prompt that you don't often get to see. Huh. Well, I guess there's a chase coming up. And indeed there is. Oleg tries to escape, but he doesn't make it very far. Now, by this point, I was rapid-fire taking down missions, but I think I realized something about the mission design from using the taxis so much. Just like in everyone's favorite GTA Online, there are a lot of instances of the game padding out its length by simply making you take a long drive, even when there is no unique dialogue, to fill the void. 4 isn't nearly as bad as GTA Online, but my point is that the precedent for that existed long before Online soured so many people's opinions of the series. So, right into my next ULP mission with Portrait of a Killer. Now, this mission kind of sorta expands on a system we've used a few times now, the police computer. We have to get our hands on a police car, as we've done before, and then access the computer inside. This time, though, instead of searching by name or searching by photo, which is why I needed to have a camera phone to do this mission. But once the system locates our target, another Russian terrorist apparently, we're given a location back in Broker, and it's a compound full of nasty-looking folk. Well, naturally, I need to kill everyone there, but normally I would be at a disadvantage attacking them from the main level, with the dudes shooting down at me from above. So instead, I started on the second level, cleared it, and then cleaned up the guys down below, using the high ground to my advantage. So far, these missions are a lot simpler than I remembered, but I'm also forgetting that normally one would play these a lot earlier in the game. On to a mission I believe I named as the worst in the game just a few months ago, or at least among the game's worst. Time to see if my memory serves me right. So I have to first drive to a spot off of the freeway, then follow a helicopter until it lands. This part is definitely just as boring as I remembered it being. I mean, it's just a tailing mission, so there's not much to it. Once the heli actually lands, I only have to snipe like 4 guys, so it doesn't really add a whole lot. I guess if I had ran in for a more direct fight, that would have been more interesting, maybe, but this is GTA 4, and by now I have learned that without mission replays, it really pays to actually be careful and kind of play things as the game treats it, realistically. Playing this game the way that you would play basically any other GTA game, at least the way a lot of people play most GTA games, is likely to get you killed quick. So I grab the chopper, and I do have to do something kind of fun by shaking off one of the enemies who clings onto the skids. After that, though, it's just a matter of flying it to the drop-off. This is, though, the first time we've been given a helicopter in the game, which is, in and of itself, kind of noteworthy and cool. It's also one of the only times we ever fly in the game's main missions, actually, so perhaps that makes it a little bit more novel and less forgettable than I thought. I still think it wasn't a great mission, but perhaps not one of the game's worst, when stacked up next to things like the Puerto Rican connection. But then, well, then I had no missions to do. I drove around for about 5 minutes and ran across an encounter, though. Hey, isn't that Marnie? Oh, sorry, Marnie. Guess I'm gonna go hang out with Dwayne. So then I did that. Dwayne is alright. Kinda sad, though. Hanging out with him just kinda depresses me, so I don't think I'll be getting his friendship up for the bonus. If I remember right, his bonus is that he'll, send some dudes to help you in a fight. That might be useful, but it isn't useful enough for me to spend the time. You have to hang out with people quite a bit to get the bonus, and I just don't care enough about Dwayne. Sorry, dude. But then I went back to find Marnie because I was genuinely very curious what her second encounter would be. Well, she's in trouble again, and she asks Nico to help her get home. Home in this case is the Midwest, so she's taking a train, I assume? It has to be, right? Yeah, the game says station, and I think this is supposed to be GTA 4's take on Grand Central, maybe, but how would that work? Liberty City is entirely in the water, and there's no outside connections beyond boats. I mean, we could grant that maybe there are implied invisible rail connections, but there's not a rail network on Algonquin. I mean, the subways. What kind of station is this? Where exactly is she going? I feel like maybe I'm just dumb and I missed something, but yeah, I have no idea. Anyway, I get there, Nico gives her $500, and a few years later she joins a cult on the West Coast. Good for her?
Why'd you miss, Jacob? You smoking too much?
Soon after, Nico gets a call from Ray. It's about damn time. He's found something on the first person Nico is looking for, Florian Kravich, a guy who owes Ray money through the same gambling ring that Roman seems to participate in. Talbot Daniels might know something about Florian. So Nico picks up Roman first, and then we go find this Talbot Daniels. Well, problem is, I was in my purple Saber. I considered leaving it since taking personal vehicles on missions is usually a death sentence. But I decided to chance it. Oh shit. Well, y'all wait here. Oops, sorry.
And don't try anything stupid, Talbot.
Get in, loser, we're going shopping.
Then Talbot will actually give you oral directions to Florian's apartment. So you have to drive at a normal speed for him to see the intersections. Well, I kinda remembered where it was. I knew it was right by where I met Luca's crew in the Mission Meltdown, but I couldn't remember specifically where that was. Turns out I had been close, but horseshoes, hand grenades, all that jazz. Anyway, we found the place. Nico tells Talbot to get lost, and then the Cousins Bellic march inside to confront the person who betrayed Nico all those years ago.
Nico, be calm! Be calm!
Fuck! Calm! Florian! Odesam zbog tebe, drgađior! Otvori! Florian! I've come for you, Florian.
Oh! Go away!
Florian. Yesitoti.
Nico? What the hell are you doing here?
What happened to you?
Oh, I started working out. Toned up the,
Florian? You used to work in the abattoir?
Oh, don't remind me. Roman? You put on a few vanity pounds. What are you guys doing here? Why did you kick my door down?
I've come to ask you some questions.
It wasn't you, was it?
What wasn't me?
Who set us up? It was you or Darko. I thought it must be him. Oh my God. You think it was me? That's why you are here. You've come to kill me! Well, screw you, Nico Bellic and Fatty Roman! It wasn't me, it wasn't! I wouldn't do that!
Can we stop with the fat jokes, Florian?
It's Bernie now. After I came here, I wanted a complete change, so I became Bernie Crane. I'm sorry about the fat thing. You're still kind of cute.
Gee, thanks.
What are you doing here?
Well, I'm a lifestyle coach, and I teach an aerobics class, and I'm in love. He's married. It's so doomed. And he's in politics. He's the deputy mayor.
Bryce Dawkins? But he's so into family values.
Oh, that's just politics.
Where is Darko?
Dead, I hope. I'm not sure. I heard he was still in Europe or Switzerland or somewhere. But then I heard that you had joined the circus, so information can be unreliable.
We have to find him. We have to find him.
I think he's a bit freaked out. I guess he thought seeing you would answer some questions.
So I see. Well, it's great to see you guys. We must do brunch.
Sure. See you later, Florian.
Bernie!
So, Florian has changed?
Yes.
He's moved on from what happened to you. You should have moved on too. What are you going to do?
He may not be here in Liberty City, but he's still out there. I will find out where Darko Brevic is, and I will make him answer for his actions. We know now that it was him. I need to be alone now, Roman.
Sure. I'll see you later then. Call me, okay?
Well, Bernie isn't the one responsible for betraying the unit. This is a major disappointment for Nico, who had spent his entire time in America waiting for this moment. But this moment shows us that Nico does have humanity. I want to be clear here. My opinion on Nico has changed during this playthrough, as has my opinion on practically everything since the last time that I played. But Nico isn't irredeemable or a monster. Well, maybe. His actions can indeed be monstrous, and he no doubt has created many more people like himself through his actions than he realizes. But he is still trying underneath it all. This is, I think, what makes Nico such an interesting character. I wouldn't necessarily say consistent, but interesting. Perhaps more consistent than Carl Johnson. At no point does Nico seem to murder someone who is innocent and take pleasure in it, but he does do things like help truly awful, irredeemable people on more than one occasion, simply for personal monetary gain. But the way he treats Bernie is an example of the kind of person he might have been. I'll talk more about this when we actually confront Darko towards the end of the game, but similarly to Kate, I love the dynamic between Bernie and Nico. Sure, it's 2008, Nico isn't exactly super progressive himself, but Bernie was and is his friend. He actively does his best to use Bernie's proper name. He doesn't really make fun of Bernie for being gay, although he does poke fun a little bit. And it's rooted in some rather dated ideas of gay men, but regardless, Nico clearly supports and even loves Bernie. He risks his life for him on more than one occasion. It's honestly wholesome, and it makes me like Nico more. I don't know if it quite makes up for his interaction with Eddie Lowe, but still. Now finally, some other mission threads start opening up to me, including one of the game's final threads for ostensibly the most powerful mobster in Liberty City, a dying old Italian guy who needs an oxygen mask to breathe. So I couldn't remember how or who put Nico in contact with John Gravelli, but as it turns out, it was Bernie. No, not that one. This one. Agent ULP. Perhaps, unsurprisingly, the city's most powerful mobsters are in with the CIA. I don't care. I'm not saying the right acronym. And their interests align when it comes to the encroaching threat of Russian organized crime. In other words, Dmitry Raskolov and his friends like Ray Bulgarin. Which means that Nico's interests also happen to align with these two, perhaps unlikely allies. But even with that, Nico still needs a little bit more. Well, between John Gravelli, head of the Gambetti crime family, and ULP, a powerful CIA operative, they promise to find Darko Brevic and bring him into the country. In exchange, though, Nico is going to have to help them some more. Well, in this case, help the Mafia to protect its multi-decade dominance of LC's criminal underworld. To do that, we need to make sure that a politician is able to give a speech at City Hall about the threat of Russian organized crime. In other words, it's an escort mission. It isn't as bad as it sounds, I guess. So, kind of like the beginning of the mission management issues in San Andreas, I first have to drive with this convoy that will actually stop at red lights. But then, after just a bit of driving, we have to take a detour and get caught in a pretty obvious trap. Well, the assassins weren't counting on Nico being present, so it's time to protect the president. Politician guy. What's his name? Doesn't matter. Nico to the rescue. Once all the enemies of the ambush are dealt with, I have to jump back into a car with Bobby here, and then make a speedy getaway to the City Hall, while more Russians chase us. But I don't have to, nor do I, hang around to kill them all. Instead, I just do what the game tells me, and lose them. Drop Bobby off, and he gets to make his speech, and democracy is saved. Or something. Back to Bernie. Next is a mission which, again, demonstrates that good person buried deep inside Nico. This mission is a great demonstration of what Nico will do for his friends. Like I said before, he risks his life for Bernie, and at no benefit to himself beyond helping a friend. I actually really liked this line.
It's cool, but listen, you and I don't know each other.
How can you say that? I thought you were different.
Because we want this guy to attack you. Come on.
It shows that Nico really is different, at least in that regard. He's a good enough person deep down that at least when it comes to people he does care about, he doesn't care who they love. He accepts them for them. So we're going to help Bernie deal with some homophobe who keeps harassing him when he goes for runs. We have to follow him a little bit on a jog, where we get plenty of dated juvenile humor, but we get to follow it up with beating this guy up, so that's cool. Actually, I'm sad. He runs away too fast, and I think you're meant to engage in a chase with him, but I just shot him off the bike. Not as satisfying, but I am getting a bit sick of missions trying to force me down a specific path when I clearly have other options, so when I can use those other options, I do. Boop! Alrighty, and ping-ponging back to John Gravelli, next it was time for dining out. You may have noticed that I'm no longer role-playing at all, really. This always happens to me when I play GTA 4. I play the first section very straight and like the movie Rockstar clearly wants. Then by the middle of the second act, I usually resort to being impatient, as per usual. So this next mission sees the return of that Korean guy that we helped smuggle into the country with Derek McCreary, Kim Young-guk. Well, Mr. Kim and his presumably triad protection all hang out at a Chinese restaurant in Alderney City. So we know what we have to do. Like I said, so much of GTA 4 is straight up just assassinations, and while most of the time that's fine, looking back I do think I often prefer the weirder and more diverse objectives of the older games, and of 5 for that matter. So I barge into this restaurant and try in vain to go stealthy, kinda, by stabbing the first guy to death, but I mean it didn't work, and it quickly becomes yet another firefight, but in a unique interior. Again, GTA 4, most especially in its later sections, is almost all shooting. Or at least a lot more shooting than in previous games, or like in a more focused shooter kind of way, like as in the game genre. GTA 4 feels most like a third-person shooter than any other Grand Theft Auto title. The thing it excels at is engaging firearm combat in both open spaces and interiors now. Add in some usually pretty dynamic AI for the time, and a fully simulated city, but at its core it feels like a shooter, and less like an arcadey action-adventure game like it used to. Eventually, I clear out the restaurant and have to start chasing Kim out through the back kitchen. Now, I do remember there's a chase here if you aren't fast enough. I mean, there's a car that he tries to get into, and a bike for Nico to chase him with, but I haven't had to actually do this chase in a long time. As long as you don't get caught too much inside, you should have plenty of time to catch him outside and gun him down, either as he's driving away or in my case, before he even gets into his car. Ping pong once again, back to Bernie Crane. So in this mission's cutscene, we get to hear a little bit about Bernie's critical role in the game's story beyond just knowing Nico. His relationship with the city's deputy mayor, Bryce Dawkins. Bryce is a stereotypical right-wing politician who is secretly dating Bernie, unbeknownst to his wife or the general public. Well, somebody has learned about Bernie and Bryce's relationship and is now using it to blackmail him. So Bernie asks Nico to accompany him to a meet with the blackmailers, where he will use his European charm to make them back off. When we meet them, though, it turns out to be none other than a pair of goons working for Dmitry Raskolov. Dmitry and the Russians are trying to muscle in on the city's organized crime rings, like we saw with John Gravelli, and are trying to blackmail the mayor, through Bryce Dawkins, into making their grab for power even easier. Well, Nico isn't fond of working with Dmitry, so it turns into a chase. Actually, the Russians turn it into a chase first, since they weren't planning on actually giving Bryce another chance, and drove off to tell Dmitry. Well, we aren't going to let that happen. And back to Mr. Gravelli with his final mission, Liquidize the Assets. This is it. Supposedly we do this, and soon Nico will finally have his hands on Darko Brevic. It's time for a good one, though. A hard one, but a good one. If memory serves, anyway. So we have to blow up some vans at a compound of Russian-owned cocaine being sold to the Ancelottis. Or the other way around? I can't remember. Point is, we have a mission with a nice big open objective and a compound full of enemies to deal with. Now, this was another one I remembered both liking and getting frustrated with. I think it's missions like this that really make me wish GTA 4 did have a replay system, because the most annoying part is not feeling free enough to experiment with different approaches, lest you die and have to drive all the way back to the gun store, then all the way back to the mission start, then all the way back to where the actual mission takes place, all just for another shot. That's what kills it, even if there are benefits to this approach as well, such as making a clean, efficient victory all the more satisfying. I don't know. What I do know is I blew myself up again. See, I had tried to find a way onto the roof where all the snipers are beforehand. I drove around the block, but I couldn't find a way to reach it without being spotted. It's weird because I can almost swear I remember taking the roof being an option, but without a helicopter and a parachute, which doesn't exist in the base game, the only way onto the roof seemed to be a ladder right in the middle of the enemies. And I don't even think it's possible to reach it without alerting everyone in the compound. So the second time I went in, I was initially a little more careful, but I keep forgetting how easy it is for enemies to whittle my health down to practically nothing. I end up basically one hit away from death, and have to very, very carefully pick my way through every last enemy the smart way. But I actually did it. I was certain I would be picked off by like the last guy standing or accidentally set myself on fire again, but nope. I only had to restart once, thank God. I'm pretty sure there's a potential second section to this mission if any of the Coke fans manage to actually leave the compound, but I can't remember exactly. I just remembered this one taking forever sometimes. I get more harassment from Dmitry after that, but I also get a call from Mallory saying that Roman has finally proposed to her. She also heard that he murdered Vlad out of passion when he heard that she slept with him, and that made her love him more? Alright, well, that's super fucked up, but alright, cool. Bit of a strike against you, Mal, gotta say. I mean, I guess she did grow up on the mean streets of Bohan.
Streets, man.
Still, what the fuck? Then it was time to wrap something up. Or wrap someone up. Wait, does that work?
Dog, I ain't too sure that joke works, dog. Oh, shit.
Anyway, it's time to go kill Ray Bacino. Spoilers. Actually, not quite yet. Nico goes to meet with the Peg, and both Phil and Ray are basically making cases for the other one being the one to blame. They aren't explicit about it, the mob never is, but I think they both know exactly what the conversation is about. So Jimmy says he has to think about which of his two most trusted men he's going to have Nico murder next. What a wonderful and functional organization. So we have to wait for Jimmy's call and then go kill Ray, but since I can delay starting the second half, I'm gonna go do other things. like Bernie Crane's final mission, Buoys Ahoy. Buoys Ahoy. I kinda love this cutscene. Watch.
Yoo-hoo!
Bernie, what's wrong?
Nothing, sweetie. Oh my god. You're the lucky one.
What?
You could slice cheese on those puppies. I must be the only slob without cheekbones. I'm thinking of getting implants.
But you sounded hysterical.
Oh, sometimes I can't bear to be alone. I'm so glad you've come back into my life, even if you did try to kill me. I'm so excited!
What are we doing here?
We're going to have fun!
Fun?
Yes! It's a 4-letter word, I know, but we can still try.
Look, more people want me dead than alive. I'm working for the Mafia. The police and the government agency are both on my case. I kill and steal to scrape together a living so that my cousin can fritter it away online and pay off debts. And all the while, people are trying to kill us. What is fun?
Honey, you are stressed.
Goodbye, Florian.
No, you don't, Nico. I need you. I need you to come on this boat trip with me. I need to talk to someone who truly knows me.
When I knew you, you were training to be a shepherd. And you wanted to be a professional wrestler. Actually, maybe it does all make sense.
You understand me. Both of me. Come on, Bryce accidentally left the keys on purpose somewhere I could steal them. You drive, I'll work on my tan. My midriff is really pale.
All right. Let's have fun.
All right, let's go and have some fun. This is great, a boating trip. The birds are singing, the radio is playing, the sun is shining.
Ahoy, sailor! Cute guys off the starport brow! Scratch that! Not so cute! Różni Rusi!
Let me see. They don't look like they're on a pleasure cruise.
Of course, Nico can never just have fun. So yeah, it turns into another boat chase. I spend a decent amount of time pointlessly emptying my clip into their boat, but I know that it's pointless, so I'm not sure why I did it for so long. This is yet another thing I'm noticing about GTA 4 which really annoys me now. How often the rules just change for the sake of making sure that we reach the conclusion Rockstar needs us to, but with no communication about this to the player. So go ahead, waste literally all of your SMG ammo, you can't damage their boat, and even if you do, it probably fails the mission. What we have to do is wait for them to reach the shore and try to escape on foot. Then, and only then, do they become vulnerable and killable. This happens way more often than I remembered, and it's really starting to get under my skin. Again, I do get why, but I feel like there must be a better way to have these scenes that they want to have without handicapping the player in order to reach them. I don't know. Kill most of them from the boat with my sniper and then hunt down the last guy, who, funnily enough, looks like he's just sitting on the park bench. And that's that. The end of Bernie's mission thread. But we will hear from him a couple more times before the game is over. Now, wasn't I doing something before this little boat trip? Oh right, killing Ray. Time to go do that. Now, this mission is basically completely open, and I like that. You can kill Ray however you like. But the game does offer a nice, easy, and fun way to end the rat doing an impression of a man. Jimmy convinces Ray's escort to stop for gas on the way to wherever he's going, probably some safe house. Well, since I know exactly which gas station, I drive over there, being careful not to alert the convoy as I pass, and then just get out of my car and wait. Mission complete. So long, Ray. The next day, I wanted to take Kate out on one last date before the end of the game. Roman calls me to tell me about his proposal to Mallory and insists on inviting her to the wedding. The possibility of a happily ever after for both Roman and Nico is within grasp. I take my pink convertible, we go get some more fast food, but for once, Kate seems upset about it. Not really though, as after that I get her fondness up to 100%. And they never even sleep together or even call what they're doing anything other than just hanging out. How sweet. After my final date, I get a call from Bernie in which he gifts Nico Bryce Dawkins' personal Infernus sports car. I think this car actually has a completely unique shade of paint, so I definitely went ahead and saved it at one of my safe houses. But it was almost time. There wasn't much left to do at this point. I was just waiting for a phone call. No, not from Brucey.
Bellic, I have your man. He's been flown in. We're going to drop him in the airport cargo area for you.
No more jobs? Is that it? Am I out?
You're out. You've done good things for us, and we are grateful. That said, I've given you a lot of protection. From here in, you're alone. Goodbye.
Okay, here we go. ULP and John Gravelli finally deliver on their promise. Darko Brevich was located and imported to America in secret. The agency is going to dump him literally right at Nico's feet, and all we have to do is go to the airport to collect him. Well, Nico calls Roman first, and Roman insists on being there for his cousin. I'm just gonna play most of the important scenes in this mission, and then we'll discuss it.
You remember me?
Pussy me, не познает. I don't know you.
Yes, you do. I'm the one who survived.
Nico, hello.
Reci mi zašto.
Zašto?
Zato što smo bili prijatelji. Svi smo odrasli zajedno. Mitar, Dragan, Goran, Mio. Mogu da nastavim. Sviju, a?
We were friends, but I had other friends. Friends that Goran and his guys killed. My fucking neighbors! Because of what? Because of shit. Lies. Fucking lies.
So that makes it okay to stab your friends in the back?
When everything you believe is shown to be shit, you make strange choices.
Fuck you! Strange choices? How much?
1,000.
You killed my friends for $1,000.
How much do you charge to kill someone?
You ruined me, you fuck!
I needed the money. I had problems.
You're a fucking junkie!
Kill me then! You fucking hypocrite. Trust me. You're doing me a favor. Ah!
Nico, come on. Let's go. Let him suffer. He knows what he did. It doesn't look like he enjoys life too much. Come on.
Leave him. He's not worth wasting your energy on. Where am I? What is this place? You say I ruined you? You were always a killer. I just helped you see that. I'm lost. I'm lost.
Now, I have never played this in a single way. Sometimes I would kill Darko, sometimes I wouldn't. But these days, thinking about it, I can't see any other option besides letting Darko live. If Nico wants to have any hope of ever finding a sliver of peace, that's the only thing he can do.
Will you take me over to Bruce's house?
I'm turning this shit off. I can't take listening to those annoying ads and DJs right now.
You did the right thing. It's not often that a man can be sure of it. You definitely did the right thing. You're proud of yourself.
Let's have a fucking party. Break out the champagne. I let the diseased, traitorous junkie live after hunting him for over a decade. Shit! Someone hand me the keys to the fucking city.
There's no need to take that tone, cousin.
I'm sorry if my tone offends you, Roman. But this has been a very difficult moment for me. It took every fiber of my being, pulling in the same direction, not to kill Darko, to not get revenge for all those lives he took away.
What made you spare him?
I don't know. I wanted it for so long, he would just be dead. Like everyone else from our village, I was the one that survived the first attack. Living is not easy.
No.
I would live to killing Darko as well. But then when I looked at him, I realized that nothing would change if I killed him. The revenge would not somehow shut the book on what I have seen. Only those who die get closure. Living do not.
So you keep living, and you try to have a happy life. You try to move on.
I try to. Yes.
Nico says it himself here, but that good person buried deep down that I've mentioned, that person in Nico's mind was killed along with all the other boys from their village the night that Darko betrayed them. This entire interaction usually makes me cry, and it did this time as well. It's heartbreaking. The acting from both Darko and Nico is incredible, and Nico's speech to Roman in the car afterwards, it's some of the best writing in the game, and it's as well written as it is hard to listen to. But like Roman says, this is the right decision. Nico already allowed himself to go from, I won't kill anyone in America, to a literal assassin, but it doesn't, and never will, bring him peace of mind. It's just all that he thinks he's good at, and perhaps all that he thinks he's allowed to do. Letting Darko live is difficult for Nico, but it wasn't for me. If anything, even if vengeance was the goal in mind, I think letting the man live his pathetic life is torture enough. But we aren't quite done. Not yet. No, there's still one last thing. So Jimmy Pegorino calls. He has some proposal, and Nico meets him at Pegorino's strip joint in Alderney.
Nico, good to see you.
And you? How are you?
Fucking terrible. We got legal problems, all kinds of crap. You know how things have gone.
I've heard some things.
You get close to your dream, then something holds you back. No. Well, commission or no commission, I ain't gonna starve. People don't want me around, they don't have to have me. But I know how to earn. I need a favor.
Here we go.
Fuck you. I looked out for you, and I'll pay good, real good. But I need you to do something. I need you to collect that H. I got some Russians who have a buyer.
Russians?
Yeah. Dmitry Rascalov.
No, we've got the history.
I know, but this is real. I need you.
Real? What the fuck is real? Real because it's you?
Real because it's my last chance.
Then good luck.
No, I need you to get that H. I need the money. I looked out for you, people wanted to whack you, I said no. Now I need you, and I'll pay a lot of money.
Listen, Mr. Pegorino, I already told you, I got history.
No, you listen, you dumb immigrant fuck. I ain't asking you, I'm telling you, do this. Get over your principles. These guys don't hold grudges. Do it or you and me are gonna have a problem. Look, Phil will look after you. You won't even have to deal with the fucking Russians. He's waiting for you down in Tudor.
All right.
I knew I could count on you. Hey, how about that drink?
So now we have a choice. A big one. The last one. Nico will call both Roman and Kate to get their opinions, and they will both advise Nico in opposite directions. Roman will insist that it's better for Nico to take the deal and walk away from revenge. But Kate insists that Nico not work with Dimitri again. The part that Nico leaves out when talking about his choice to Kate is that not doing the deal isn't even about the money. It's about foregoing revenge. And more importantly, not doing the deal means seeking out that revenge and attacking Dimitri at his cargo ship. Now, in the past, I have done both of the endings, but usually I opted for the revenge ending. I have also argued that it is considered canon, but I don't actually think that's true, or that it matters. It's based entirely off of the fact that you can apparently find Roman's Life Invader page in GTA 5, but I think that's just an Easter egg. I'm not sure it's an outright confirmation. Anyway, the game does not tell you what will happen. You're given the option and have to weigh out the pros and cons of each path. Or do what most people do and save right before starting the mission to try both. And I did kind of intend on doing this, but, well, let's just get into it. For this playthrough, in my mind, it made way more sense to go with deal. The thing that's annoying is that, like I said, my reasoning had more to do with not seeking revenge and almost nothing to do with the money, as Kate frames it. But here we go, the sort of penultimate mission. Not the final one, but sort of the final one in a way. Whatever. If the price is right. So Nico meets with Phil in Alderney, and we have to drive over to a compound where the Mafia has the money. The way it's meant to work is that Dimitri, across town with the Brown, is meant to verify with the buyers that their product is all in order, and then, once the mob receives word, Phil and Nico can collect the cash. No problems. Well, Dimitri doesn't play it that way.
I thought it'd be easier if I just killed those guys and kept it.
Easier for who? What the fuck are you doing? Me and Phil are in their compound. What's going to happen when they find out?
If I was you, I'd go and get the money off them. It has to be on the site. That way we all win. Good luck, Nico.
Fucking Dimitri. He's killed the guys collecting the stuff.
Shit, we're screwed. They ain't gonna let us leave. All right, if we're fighting for the money. We got to jump on them right now. Follow me.
So, the money is inside the building, and now Phil and I need to fight to get our hands on it. So this is, big surprise, mostly just an enemy gauntlet. Like so many before it, it's move and clear, but it's particularly annoying how enemy spawning works in this mission. Or, this mission made me realize how annoying the spawning usually works. You can clear out all visible enemies, and then as soon as you move down a level, magically, more will appear where none were before. It's a bit frustrating. Couple that with the annoying directional sound, and it can make for a bit of a chaotic mess. But the gunplay is still great, as I said many times, so there's plenty of room for fun here. When we finally reach the room with the money, despite me shooting 2 RPGs into the room, a guy makes off with it and we have to give chase. We then have to engage in a vehicle chase with slow-ass trucks. This whole section is like all chases in 4, very, very heavily scripted. And falling too far behind means doing everything you just did again, since there are no checkpoints. So do be careful and drive slowly whenever possible, paying close attention to when the other guy turns. But also, like so many chases in 4, you can't actually catch the guy or kill him until the game says so. Except the game doesn't tell you when you can, you just have to know from playing it before. You can't actually catch him until he's on the roads outside the compound. Once you do kill him, he somehow drops the money through his body and the truck onto the street. Alright, sure, but I don't realize that at first, and attract quite a bit of police attention trying to get it. Thankfully, I managed to grab the money, and then we hop into a cop car, and this is one instance where you don't actually have to lose the cops to finish the mission. Just reach the final marker, and they all give up, I guess. Boom. $250,000. Wait, what? That's it? I mean, yeah, that is a lot of money, but that's the same that we made for the bank robbery. The way the game frames it, it sounds like it would be a lot more than $250,000. Hell, $250,000 wouldn't be rich even back in 2008. I suppose maybe it would be by the standards that Nico and Roman were used to, but again, they'd already made this much money before, and it's entirely possible to have spent all of it, or a lot of it, on guns and ammo in the space of only a couple of weeks, months in-game. Given Nico's lifestyle, I don't see how $250,000 is rich when split between them, but okay. Well, Roman is ecstatic, but Kate now refuses to come to the wedding and doesn't want to be around Nico, so that's a bummer. I forgot about that. For some reason, I remembered Kate still coming to the wedding, but Roman just being the one to... Oh, wait, spoilers. Okay, you know what? Let's go see Roman get married. I go get dressed, grab my fancy car, and wait around to hear from Roman. But I'm about to give up waiting and start doing encounters because I see Pathos in Star Junction when Roman finally calls. Oh well, sorry Pathos. I guess today wasn't your day. It's Roman's. I'm just gonna play this one too.
Oh, time to preen like a peacock. Look at you in those fancy clothes, Nico. Trying to upstage the groom on his wedding day? Let's get me married.
I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss the bride.
Yes! Wonderful! Okay. Yes, I did it!
Congratulations.
Thank you for coming. Okay. All right. Yes, thank you. Thank you for coming. Okay. Yes. You're married. Yes, all right. Yes, okay.
Nico Bellic? Yes?
Okay, thank you.
A gift from Dmitry Raskolov.
Oh my God!
Bomboklad! Yo, Nico! Calm down, man, yo. Easy.
He told me to leave it. I left it.
Nico, get up, man.
Oh,
Gotta get you out of here, man. Police them soon come. Don't worry, man. Me find Dimitri and me call you. Leave.
Okay. Roman. I'm so sorry, cousin.
Now, had I decided to go after Dmitri instead of doing the deal, instead of Roman being shot, it would have been Kate. No matter what choice you make, Nico is destined to have tragedy follow him wherever he goes. But by doing the deal, which felt more in line with Nico's previous decisions to spare Darko, Dmitri becomes the game's final antagonist. Had I just killed Dmitri instead, he would be replaced by Jimmy Pecorino. Now, both work, but I think Dmitri being the final boss, so to speak, works better for the story that Rockstar seems to be trying to tell. So, even if it is canon that Roman survives because they felt the need to do that given how much people like Roman, I think that Roman dying is a bit more of a logical ending to the story. It feels like the ending that was first written, while the other one feels like an afterthought in comparison. Here we go, the actual final mission. A Revenger's Tragedy. Side note, the alternate final mission title is way better, Out of Commission. I don't even think Revenger was an actual word, but I looked it up, it is. So, little Jacob tracks down some goons of Jimmy Pecorino and calls Nico to meet up with him so that we can follow him to the Peg and, hopefully, Dmitri. So, our first section is a chase, and a typical one too, meaning the only goal here is to not have all of our tires shot out and or just lose the fleeing car. But we can't do anything else. On rails. It's a fun enough chase though, I suppose. When we reach the end, we have a big firefight at an old abandoned casino in Alderney. The area is just packed with mobsters and Russians, I think. I wasn't really listening. but we're free to approach it however we want, as long as everyone dies. Well, I go for my sniper/RPG method that I've been using as of late, and in no time at all, the whole place is clear. Time to move inside. Again, slow and deliberate to keep my health nice and high for the final firefight, which I know about. Then we reach Dimitri and Jimmy P, but, well, Dimitri isn't great at sharing the spoils of victory.
I didn't work this hard to share the spoils of a victory. Goodbye.
Dimitri, you and me is gonna end this.
You're a piece of bark and shit!
Well, okay. Kind of anticlimactic for him, but alright. One down, one to go, I guess. Keep moving slow and taking it easy and... What the actual fuck? Where? Where? Are you kidding me? Look at how much how fair is that? Right around the corner? I mean, in real life, obviously, yeah, but in a game without replays, that is just mean. Now, it would have been a lot easier if I had gone over the roof, but instead I climb my ass down and very slowly make my way to the boat. Then comes a boating section because it's the final mission, so we gotta get in a little bit of everything. The only thing to keep in mind here is to not drive straight behind Dimitri's helicopter, because he'll be shooting RPGs at you the whole time, and he can hit you. So be careful. But eventually, Jacob shows up again, and he somehow got his hands on an attack chopper. So we just have to fly underneath it, and then mash the A button to climb up and inside, and... What?
Dimitri saved me the trouble. He stayed figuring on the
I'm sorry, what?
Just like he did to everyone he has worked with while I have no...
You're joking, right?
I'm going to find him in Jamaican. You're going to make him pay for Roman.
I hope so.
Through absolutely no fault of my own, I have to refill my armor if I want to have a fighting chance, I lose all of the ammo I just used, and I have to replay all of the first section. Thankfully, they at least let you skip the chase, but only the chase. There are no other checkpoints. Fucking why? Well, I was supremely pissed. I had done everything right, I wasn't rushing or anything, and the game just decides it's going to add an additional 30 to 40 minutes of playtime. Look, I'm sorry. This is my job. I needed to get this video out, and even if it wasn't, I probably would have done the exact same thing because that was some bullshit. If the game is gonna cheat, fuck it, I'm gonna cheat. I don't even care. Alright, so I make it all the way through the first couple sections again, over the roof this time to skip to the boat, climb into the helicopter. Now I just gotta keep up with Dimitri and watch for his RPGs and... Are you... How am I this... No words.
I can't stand this shit!
Alright, I may have been a bit angry at this point. So now, the momentum of the final mission was dead. I hate this, and it's not the first time I've had this experience with GTA 4's finale. I'm no longer having fun because I'm replaying the same sections over and over and over again with no variation. At the very least, GTA 4 has a really cool alternate dialogue feature to keep your ears a little bit interested when this kind of thing happens. But I imagine a lot of players will be pissed at this point, especially on the game's final mission. So it's hard to give a crap about what Nico and Jacob are saying to each other when you're just trying not to fail again. I finally reached the last section when a magical RPG somehow hits our helicopter, even though I never saw it fired, and I was looking right at their chopper, and then we both crash onto Happiness Island, and I have to keep pursuing Dimitri, but somehow there are more Russians here? Or maybe it's just the two that were in the chopper with him, plus the cops that I've now pissed off, but I was frustrated. I wanted this damn mission to be finished already, and I just got overwhelmed. But still, no checkpoints. So do all of that again, except for the intro chase. Gee, how generous. I was not happy at this point, but whatever. One more time. Here we go. Do everything again and reach the island, but this time I'll take my time and not die so that...
Stop fucking this shit up!
What? Nope. I quit. No, actually, I quit. Here's the final cutscene, though. I have footage of it for both endings from my various other videos, but that was literally the absolute final section of gameplay, so I didn't skip anything, really.
Welcome to America. Speak English. You're a strange man. You killed your best friend. You betrayed everyone who ever came in contact with you. You killed my cousin. I guess the survival of the fittest thing really meant a lot to you.
Come on, Nico, man. Get out of here. Let's go. Come on. Wagwan. Come on, let's go.
Romans never hurt anyone.
I know. Let's go, man. So, go on.
So yeah, I can't believe I didn't remember or mention this, but one of the worst missions in GTA 4, maybe the worst, is the finale. I wouldn't be saying this if it was the first time I'd had such an experience with this mission, but it's not. In fact, to my memory, something like this almost always happens. It just completely ruins the ending for me. It makes me not want to play. I seem to recall actually just not seeing the ending cutscene and being disinterested in playing the game again when I beat it before recording it for GTA Biographies. So this was probably when I beat it for the last time on Xbox 360 more than a decade ago. I do still love GTA 4. The ending of the story, just the story in general, is great. The acting, the setup, the cinematics. But this is a game, and as a game, oh my god, this ending is awful. It's just a series of railroaded check marks. Have a chase, check. Have a fight, check. Add some boats, check. Add some flying, check. But there's none of what makes a great GTA mission for me here in this mission. Freedom. The whole thing is just so super tightly scripted. It reminds me a bit of this bit from Red vs. Blue.
You're ruining my big debut!
Exactly. If I don't or can't play exactly how Rockstar wants me to, it feels like the game takes its ball and goes home and says, fine, if you're not going to do it right, you're not going to have any fun. So I didn't go for 100%. I skipped doing all of the Steve Collection missions, the 200 pigeons, and I didn't max out my friendships with everyone, but I did do a lot of the encounters and plenty of side missions, and I'm pretty satisfied. I've never been a completionist anyway, as evidenced by my other episodes of the Game Vault on GTA games. So, what do I think about GTA 4 today? Well, here's a hot take. It's one that I tried communicating to my friend who also considers 4 to be by far the best in the series. I think GTA 4 is kinda like Fallout 4. Hold on. Let me explain. A criticism I have heard leveled at Fallout 4 plenty that I have probably even made myself is that Fallout 4 is a great game. It is not, however, a great Fallout game. Now, you can argue about what that means all you want. This is all just opinion after all. Calm down, okay? I think this has some truth to it, though. I love Fallout, and I do think there's a lot to love about Fallout 4. But it feels so different from what I love about Fallout 1, 2, or New Vegas. Like, if it just wasn't called Fallout and was some other post-apocalyptic base builder, I would love it for what it is. But it's trying to be a Fallout game, and it doesn't feel like it's part of the same world as the Interplay Fallouts and New Vegas. So GTA 4 is a great game, a fantastic game, but I don't actually think it's a very good Grand Theft Auto game. What do I mean? Well, GTA 4 wants to take itself very seriously. Far more seriously than any other entry in the franchise, and I think this is why it has such diehard fans. Myself among them at one point. But everything else about the world of GTA doesn't take itself seriously. The contrast, for me, doesn't actually work in GTA 4's favor, it works against it. In every other Grand Theft Auto, including Grand Theft Auto 5, the world is almost as silly as the premises of the missions. And often the zaniness of that world is interwoven into the story. That doesn't mean it can't be deep or serious when it wants to be, it can, and GTA 5 shows that. But what we have is a whole bunch of games in the past, with things like a man in a chicken suit participating in basically the Hunger Games, and we have jokey ads on the radio in GTA 4 that implies we are still in that crazy, ridiculous world, but it doesn't make sense when you see that people in that world, more often than not, behave like real people. If this game was Brat the Game, as it feels like the Hauser brothers almost wanted, it would be absolutely fantastic. Tone down the ridiculousness of the ads and bring everything together a little bit more. But that is not what this is. It's not what we got. What we got is a story that more often than not wants to be brooding and violent and gritty and real. And then in between make jokes that only 14-year-olds find funny. It's just weird. Like cognitive dissonance, but in game form. There are still lots and lots of things to love about GTA 4 for me. It's probably the best game in the series to actually roleplay in, and with mods, it can become a game closer to what I kind of want it to be, a serious RPG set in a fictionalized America. But it also has lots of things that I don't like, and I no longer give one crap about catering to the people who almost demand that I praise this game as perfect. It has some of the most prolific and frankly disturbing xenophobia in the series. It has a serious pacing problem. There is no stealth, and frankly, way too many of the missions are either just straight-up assassinations, or are so heavily scripted that they stop being fun after the first playthrough. It has Eddie Lowe, and for me, that first playthrough was 16 years ago, so the novelty has worn off, and I am left with a game that I don't find nearly as fun as I once did. Now, that sounds like I think GTA 4 is bad now. I don't. I just see a lot more of its flaws than I ever did before. And while I do prefer the feel of its shooting mechanics, and the driving, and especially the damage physics for both vehicles and pedestrians, and maybe the city too, because I just prefer the New York look, but I actually think that I enjoy GTA 5's gameplay more these days. It's more varied, more crazy, but still manages to bring the feels. It feels like it plays better into the heavily scripted story it wants to tell than GTA 4 does, while still feeling like it fits into the world of GTA that was established before 4. I used to defend 4 against 5, but I find that most of the things I didn't like about 5, like very, very heavily scripted missions, were just as prevalent, perhaps even more so, in 4. At the end of the day, I am not saying that GTA 4 doesn't have lots of things that it did better than 5. But I am saying that there are lots of things that 5 did better than 4. I hadn't played through the game completely vanilla without cheats, except at the end, in a long time, and doing so reminded me how powerful rose-colored glasses can be. Having gone through a lot of changes myself in the past few months, I have lost a lot of the nostalgia that I once had for some of the properties I grew up with. They just hit differently now. I still have lots of fond memories of GTA, but the older I get, the easier it is to see its flaws. I don't give out ratings on this series, it's not a review like that, but for me, I think this will probably be the last time that I fully play through the base game of GTA 4. Maybe I'll play it again in 10 years or something, but for now, it's time to put it back on the digital shelf, so to speak. But that doesn't quite mean we're done with the story of GTA 4. I've got 2 DLCs to tackle still, each of which has about a quarter length of the base game. So, I will be tackling those, but until then, I want to thank you so much for watching this video. I am the Criminal Historian, and this has been the Game Vault. I'll see you next time. Have yourself a wonderful evening.